Bronco be his name?
John Bronco. Yeah.
Okay, everyone that's here tonight that would wish to speak on any of the items, I need for you to stand and be sworn in by the city, please.
If you're going to speak to the board tonight, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everyone that speaks tonight will have an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. Let's begin with number 1 on the agenda is an item that the applicant requests to defer to the December 15th meeting. If the board wishes, someone introduce a motion to defer. Don't forget your microphone.
Still said it. Yeah. Did you catch that? Move to defer.
Is there a second?
A second.
Who seconded?
I did.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Call the roll, please, Tedra.
Sorry, what did we move?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I missed. What did we move?
It's being deferred until a time certain, December 15th, the first item on the agenda.
Got it, thank you.
And seconded, Tendra's going to call the roll.
Brad Cohen?
Yes, I agree.
The assignment, so scroll down to the position, get a profit and.
Did you hear me?
Position
No,
detail.
Lieutenant, sir?
Oh, I said I agree to defer.
Steve Gannon?
Defer.
John Barenka?
Yes, defer.
Jacqueline Scott?
Yes.
Michael Weymouth?
Yes.
Jay Shetman?
Yes.
Sherry Cartney?
Yes.
Bill Rotella?
Yes.
Mary Fertig?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's move on to case number 2, UDP-P2 1002. Are there any disclosures from the board?
I visited the site.
Okay,
Mike
Steve Gannon.
Weymouth, I did a site visit.
Jay Scheckman, site visit.
Bill Rotella, site visit.
Steve Gannon, site visit.
Sherry, no disclosure? Okay, and I did a site visit. Okay. Is there someone here from the applicant? Please come forward.
Okay. Good evening, Board. Scott McLaughlin, McLaughlin Engineering, on behalf of the applicant. This is application for a plat, a boundary plat, 1.27 acres. It's restricted to 110 hotel units. The address is 2731 North Federal Highway. It's been reviewed by the DRC on April 27th and approved. So any questions you have, I can answer this.
Okay. Is there any, we'll turn it over to the public now. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay. We will close the public hearing, being that no one would like to speak on it, and we'll bring it back to the board. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve the plat.
Is there a second?
Second that, John Bronco.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please, is there any discussion on the motion?
Is there a staff report or is that becoming part of the?
I don't know. Is there
Just for the record, I just want to know.
is there
I
a
don't
staff
want to-
report on this?
There's a staff report. Did you want to include it as in your
Let's
approval?
include the
You're
staff
adopting the
report.
findings of fact in the staff report?
Jay, you made the original motion?
I made the original motion. I'll
Okay, Mike,
include-
you want to make it
Let's
again?
go ahead and include the staff report.
Okay,
Thank you.
is part of the record. All righty. May we vote, Sherry?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Tender, you want to call the roll?
Jacqueline Scott?
Yes.
John Barenco,
Yes.
Bill Rotella,
Yes.
Steve Gannon,
Yes.
Michael Weymouth,
Yes.
Jay Shetman,
Yes.
Sherry McCartney,
Yes.
Brad Cohen,
Yes.
Mary Furtick.
Yeah.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to case number 3, which is UDP-S20010, site plan level 3 review, parking reduction. Are there any disclosures from the board?
This is Jay Scheckman. I spoke with Ms. Toothaker.
Mike Weymouth did a site visit and spoke with the applicant's counsel.
Same, spoke with applicant's counsel and visited the site.
Steve Gannon, site visit, and spoke with the applicant's counsel.
Brad Cohen, site visit and spoke with applicant's counsel.
And I spoke with applicant's counsel.
As did I.
John Baranco spoke with applicant's counsel and site visit.
Bill Rotella spoke with applicant's counsel and did a site visit.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Toothaker,
Thank you.
how much time do you need?
Let me say 10 minutes, and I'll try to go faster, if that's okay.
Say it again?
10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So Stephanie Toothaker, on behalf of the applicant. With me is Josh Gelfman, my client, Jay Flynn, who's the engineer, Joaquin Vargas, who is our traffic and parking consultant, and Estefania Mayorga with my office. Thank you for allowing us to present to you this evening. It is a site plan level 3 change of use with a parking reduction. It sounds like you all did a site visit, so I know you're familiar with it. This is a warehouse area, and the project is 13,500 square feet, or about a third of an acre. It's an existing one-story building, so the project is a build-out. It's not a new development. The existing parking is 8 back-out spaces with a warehouse, and the adjacent uses to the north are warehouse, to the east are multifamily, south is warehouse, and west is warehouse. As I said, it's a heavily industrial warehouse district. The land use is commercial and the zoning is B3, as you can see here, is outlined in red. Oh, can you see? Are you seeing this? Are you seeing my slides?
No.
I just looked up for the first time. Not sure what, sorry about that.
We're not seeing it online either.
I apologize.
Do you want to pause the clock?
I'm going to just go back a couple slides, but I apologize for that. I hadn't looked up, so I didn't realize you couldn't see it. As I said, it's a site plan level 3 change of use with parking reduction. I'm just showing you an aerial with the location, and I know you all drove past it, so you can see that it's a warehouse district, and this is an existing warehouse. The land use is commercial, the zoning is B3. And here I'm just showing you some site views, view into the back alley looking south from Flagler Drive, view into the back alley from Northeast 11th, the corner of Northeast 9th and Northeast 11th, views looking north along Northeast 9th Avenue and looking south along Northeast 9th Avenue. And I am showing you here the one residential product that is adjacent to us, and they've actually given us a letter of support for the project. So the proposed site plan is 29 kitchens with 10 on-site parking spaces and 29 off-site parking spaces. The food that is produced in the facility is not available for on-site pickup or consumption by the public or individual consumers. The food produced on-site is either delivered by third-party delivery drivers like Uber or by the individual licensee in the instance of caterers. The site plan application proposes improvements to the building which mitigate the impact to the adjacent buildings, including rooftop screening and mechanical equipment, restriping of the existing parking spaces, addition of a handicap space to allow accessibility to the building, and light guards to reduce the light pollution to the nearby residential properties. Additionally, the property development contains improvements to the alley at the rear of the site to accommodate refuse and loading needs for the proposed use. There will also be an installation of bike racks and additional landscaping in the rear of the subject site. You can see those kind of outlined on the site. We've got the 10 spaces in the front, and in the rear we have a regular commercial size dumpster. Addition of landscaping and a loading zone. And here I'm just highlighting that. The landscaping, you can see loading zone, we've added and dumpsters and lobby, and then you've got the kitchens laid out. Here's just a elevation showing the additional screening that we've added to the building. And I do want to let you know that we did go to the Board of Adjustment with this application. We had, although the back out parking exists today, staff felt it was important that, and we showed historically that it's been there, and in fact, the entire street is back out parking, but staff felt it was important that we go to the Board of Adjustment. So we presented this application, this exact use, to the Board of Adjustment, and we got approval for all of the variances related to the existing uses on the site, which predominantly relate to back out parking and landscape requirements. Again, it's an existing site. These are existing conditions, but we went and got after the fact variances for existing conditions on the site, and those were all granted by the Board of Adjustment. The existing back out parking condition has, as I said, has been there for decades and decades. We actually showed historical photos that show that, and that's the existing condition up and down the street, not just for this use. The applicant is proposing to restripe the parking spaces and stripe the adjacent right-of-way to provide delineation and create a safer driving environment than what's there today. And in order to determine the daily and peak hour trips associated with the facility, traffic counts were collected at a similar facility currently in operation in the city of Orlando. A traffic statement was provided as part of the DRC, and the proposed use generates well under the 1,000 daily trips that would not require a full traffic study. Based on the parking study, the facility requires a maximum of 29 parking spaces. We are providing 39 parking spaces, which are a combination of on-site and off-site. The applicant is requesting a parking reduction to 10 on-site parking spaces to reserve that use for delivery drivers only or other transient users who may be dropping off or picking up raw ingredients. The off-site parking is secured through lease agreements with nearby properties to accommodate an additional 29 spaces. So there are, as I said, there are a total of 39 parking spaces, 10 of which are on-site. I'm going to show you in a few minutes why the staff report doesn't really discuss the additional 29. An off-site parking agreement in accordance with the ULDR is not executed because the 29 off-site parking spaces are not part of the applicant's request because the code stipulates that the parking spaces must be 700 feet maximum distance along a safe pedestrian path from the site that you're using the parking to meet. I'm going to show you through an aerial why that creates a little bit of an issue. The alternative parking arrangements will be adequate to meet the needs and use of the parking and will serve and reduce the required parking will be compatible with, and we do not believe will adversely impact the character and integrity of the surrounding properties based on the characteristic and nature of the proposed use. And Joaquin is here to answer any questions you might have about parking. Additionally, we do have either a golf cart or shuttle service that will take people from the off-site parking to the facility, so they'll not be walking. So here I'm showing you where those parking spaces are. You can see that outlined in red is our site, which is the 1115 Northeast 9th Avenue. We have, as I said, 10 parking spaces. We do have a lease agreement with Pep Boys and Ironworkers. Pep Boys is actually within 700 feet of the site, and it does meet code, but because this is an industrial area, there are not a lot of sidewalks, and because there's no sidewalks between the Pep Boys site and our site, staff would not allow us to count those parking spaces towards our parking. So the agreements exist. We have them. They're in draft. Obviously, we're not going to sign them unless and until the project is approved. But we were not allowed to count those towards our overall parking count because the lack of sidewalk. The second site, we have 16 spaces pursuant to an agreement with IBEW, and again, that's a draft agreement. We do have the draft agreement. It is ready to execute if, in fact, the Planning and Zoning Board is inclined to approve the application. So we do have between those two sites, as I said, we have 16 at the Ironworkers site, and we have an additional 10 at our site, and then we have an additional 13 at Pep Boys. So that all adds up to 39 parking spaces. So I'm just showing you a copy of what the existing site at Pep Boys. If you drive this area often, which I do, you can see it's very, very underparked. They have ample space, and this is just a draft of our license and parking agreement for 13 spaces, and Ironworkers Local Union at 1201 Northeast 7th Avenue, 16 spaces, and there's a draft of our agreement. Couple of just operational points that I wanted to highlight. So a lot of questions came out. What are the hours of operation? This is a new use. It's a little bit challenging to describe it. The ITE doesn't have anything in their code book that talks about these ghost kitchens. So it's a little bit of an unknown, and that makes it very challenging. You know, you look at our current ULDR, and it doesn't really fit into any of those uses. And you look at the ITE, and it doesn't know it yet. It doesn't know what those are. So we always have to look at, what are other ways that we can describe it. So the standard workday is from 8 to 11, but the licensees have 24/7 access to their hours. Each kitchen gets to set its own schedule, and there are no specific shifts that apply for the overall building. So it's not like everybody's coming at lunchtime or everybody's coming at dinner time. The diversity in scheduling minimizes the impact on parking because the different kitchens operate actually at different times and sometimes different days of the week. How many employees in one kitchen? 1 to 2 is really the maximum. On a typical day, and we know this from our existing facilities, typical occupancy is at about 60%. So that's about 20 to 35 employees at any one time in the facility. How do they get to work? Most of these people actually are taking public transportation. We've seen that in the existing uses, and I've got a couple of other sites that I'm going to share some of their parking with you so you can see how that works. But about half of the employees take public transportation, and then of course we have the off-site parking to accommodate the rest. Yes, employees will be required to park off-site. We will not permit the employees operationally to park on-site. The on-site parking spaces are only for Uber drivers or drop-off. How long does a driver typically stay in a parking spot? 1 to 2 minutes maximum. They are timed down to the minute. They don't just sit and wait around. They're actually timed, so they know when to come, when they can arrive, and when they can sit in a parking spot. What is the typical number of meals being produced for delivery during peak times? There are 2 distinct types of users for this kind of use. One is commissary and one is delivery. For commissary use, based on our other facilities, and most recently one in Miami, it's forecasted that 50% of the Fort Lauderdale kitchens will be occupied by commissary users. In other words, that are businesses that prepare food for yachts, air service, and events. So that's a different kind of use. That's not your Uber driver coming in to pick up food, obviously. And these kitchens obviously don't have a peak time. They're not driven by lunch and dinner. The delivery users are typically the remaining 50%, and a peak hour would typically include about 5 orders, usually about 60% of the delivery. For delivery orders, peaks are much lower and wider than dine-in facilities, obviously, because people order over a much longer period of time, particularly now as we all work from home. Lunch is not always at noon. Sometimes it's at 2. We find that in peak times when orders are coming in batches, the delivery drivers will take multiple orders because multiple orders are ready at the same time, and most of those occur within a 3-mile radius, given based on our expertise in this area, my clients, not mine. Because the wait time is so short and coupled with the batching of orders with fewer drivers, the parking spaces, based on our experience, are ample to handle the inbound traffic. And for a facility of this size, 3 parking spaces is actually the typical required for drivers to pick up food, because the software used optimizes dispatch and arrival times to keep on-site dwelling times to a minimum of less than 2 minutes. So I wanted to just share a couple of comparable facilities because I think it's really important to this discussion. So the Atlanta facility has 26 kitchens with 0 parking spaces. Philadelphia, 30 kitchens with 0 parking spaces. San Diego is 25 kitchens with 4 parking spaces. Denver is 51 kitchens with 9 parking spaces. And Fort Lauderdale, if it's approved, would be 29 kitchens with 39 parking spaces. We're just showing you, this is the Atlanta, 26 kitchens, no parking. Philadelphia, no parking. San Diego, 4 parking spaces. Denver, 9 parking spaces. Really, very importantly, my client, Josh, spent a lot of time in the neighborhood. We did a public participation meeting and no one showed up to our public participation meeting. We do have significant letters of support, and I'm just pointing to you, we went to our direct neighbors, and the letters of support, you can see just through the lines where those are allocated to based on the proposed use. So essentially, our direct neighbors gave us letters of support. And most importantly, the Lake Ridge Civic Association, which is our civic association, also gave us a nice letter of support for the product. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank
Happy
you
to
very
answer
much.
questions.
Does the board have any questions for the applicant? Okay, Mike?
Stephanie, I'm trying to, as I explained to you when we spoke, I'm trying to wrestle through this in my mind of the stress that it's going to put on the immediate area in the way of traffic, noise, and odors, which is addressed in the staff report. Well, it's brought up in the staff report, but you get 29 kitchens with 29 different things being made. Where are all those odors going?
Not all at the same time. So it doesn't, they don't operate all at the same time based on our experience.
I hear you. But like I said, my office is right by the Cheesecake Factory, so I get to enjoy the Cheesecake Factory in Wild Sea, big city, boathouse, and it's all there.
Right.
Is there a way that they're trying to mitigate that?
We have the same systems that other kitchens do. I mean, in a typical kitchen, like kitchens that I'm familiar with, just because it's one kitchen doesn't mean that there aren't 27 different stations of people cooking. Actually, I can speak to, the Lauderdale Yacht Club has about 35 individual cooking stations. It's no different. You're right. I mean, if you're near a restaurant, you're going to have some odors. Some of them are pleasant, some of them maybe
Well,
not.
and so to expand on that, and again, because of our hotel, we've got a couple of restaurants, so I'm a little bit familiar with kind of what has to happen. And for us, and I'm trying, I know that it's a different type of operation, but I'm trying to envision 29 different chefs. Is that correct? 29 kitchens would be 29 chefs, right?
29 cooking stations, which is probably equivalent to a large restaurant. Yes, that's correct.
So what are the logistics for bringing in food and supplies? The
So-
Cisco's and CPIs.
We have a loading zone in the back.
Well, I know you've got a loading zone, but you're stressing that back alleyway is one of the things I'm concerned, because you got your trash back there as well. And obviously you can move the trash as needed, but I'm trying to think of the residents across the street, and I saw that you got a thing from them.
We
So,
did.
they've got to see what's coming. But
They did. They're very supportive of
when
it.
I drove in that alley, first of all, there's trash cans everywhere, which aren't your clients or anything else, but there's a lot.
It's an industrial area. Yeah, it's predominantly industrial. There's one multifamily directly across the street from it. When I was there, I've driven it a couple times. There were moving trucks blocking the road because that's what's there. There's a furniture store there. They bring big, semi truck trailers up and they're loading furniture in because, we've got to have, that's why these go into industrial areas as opposed to, on something on Las Olas where you're right, it would be more noxious. But when you go into an industrial area, that's where you would put a use like this.
I agree that it's an industrial area, other than directly across the street is the residential. My biggest concern is the parking, and I get that you've got off-street agreements or you've got potential off-street agreements. In reality, I mean, people don't even walk. You've got bus stations that are spaced less than 700 feet apart, so people just don't walk that far, and that's my concern. If they do, great, but if they don't, what's the recourse for the residents across the street, the adjacent warehouses, because there isn't that much parking in that area, and the perpendicular parking, every time I drove by there, there were cars sticking out and trucks sticking out into the roadway. So my concern is for safety, in the area as well.
Right. That's why we went out and got additional parking. That's why we have 39
But how do you
spaces.
enforce that? How do you enforce that?
How do you enforce?
Making sure they park somewhere other than, if they're there at 11 o'clock at night and the warehouse next door doesn't have anybody working, you're telling me they're not going to park in that guy's driveway?
I think that's through their lease agreement. When they lease the individual spaces, they're required to park off-site. And we provide shuttles.
Okay. I think that's it.
It's a good comment, but it really can only be handled operationally.
That's all I've got for right now.
Any other board members have any questions for
I
me?
have a question.
Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you. Stephanie, can you elaborate on, I've seen ghost kitchens before in places like outside of Wynwood and other areas that are industrial. And like you said, usually they're put in industrial areas because of the nature of the business. can you elaborate on typically, first of all, do these people own other businesses, other ghost kitchens in the area, in South Florida or anywhere in the United States?
Yes, in Miami.
Okay,
That's the one
so
yeah.
thank you. And because they own this other one in Miami, they're able to determine the usage of the ghost kitchen in terms of when people come and when people go.
Yes, yes, and we actually did, Joaquin, and if you'd like him to speak, I'm sure he'd be happy to, but we did actual counts at an actual ghost kitchen in Orlando.
Okay.
And I
So-
actually spoke to the, I was visiting Orlando, and I had an opportunity to speak to the economic development director of Orlando when we just started the journey on this project, and I asked her, you know, what did she think of the ghost kitchen, and she said, we love it. We love it. The city loves it. We're so happy. We're so happy.
And to my point, how many during the day? You don't have 29 chefs during the day. So is it used to its full capacity during the hours of operation, or do some people come at an afternoon? Some people come in the morning.
Yes. So based on the experience of my client, it's at about the maximum of at any one time is 60%. Because the kitchens are used differently by different parties. So, you know, you've got chefs that will cook provisions for a yacht that's coming in, and so they're there at a different time than, say, you know, a local restaurant that, you know, maybe is situated in Pompano wants to have a ghost kitchen in Fort Lauderdale so they can deliver through Uber Eats or whatnot, they can deliver meals. So the maximum amount that that's ever used at one time based on the experience of existing ghost kitchens is 60%.
And the other question I have, because I'm always concerned about economic development, because I think it's good for Fort Lauderdale and I think it's good for the South Florida region. These ghost kitchens, are they also utilized by individuals that might not be able to afford to have a restaurant, or minority individuals, or low income, or individuals that are just starting? Is that also what a ghost kitchen is used for?
It's a great question. Thank you. I'm getting a yes, definitely, from my client in the audience. He said yes. That's common. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill?
Stephanie, was there some place you and I had spoken, you answered most of my questions and earlier, and certainly the handouts and the things that you report on here, but I didn't see, where is the grease trap? I mean, there's some significant grease trap requirement. Where is it? Was it identified on that site plan that you showed?
It's definitely shown in our site plan, and you asked me that question, and maybe we didn't put it in here. Josh, I'm gonna have to ask for your help on this one. I'm asking my client to come up and address the grease traps.
There are two 500-gallon grease traps that'll be installed underground within the footprint of the building in the hallways.
Is it in the front of the building or the back of the building?
I would say in the middle of the building.
He's saying it's inside the building.
Oh, inside the building.
Inside the building, yes.
Okay.
Are there any other questions of the applicant from the board? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Does the board wish to make the staff report part of the record?
Yes.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Motion carries. Does the board have any questions for staff before we move to the public hearing?
Yeah, back to the parking thing for me, and I see that staff is
Who's the staff person on this?
the proposed use is more intense than existing use right now.
We have Christian, our planner, on the item, but we also have Istvan from Transportation and Mobility, and the city's consultant, Eric, is sitting right there.
Thank you.
So I get that this is somewhat of a new use, and that's why you guys aren't embracing it. And I don't know how this is going to go, but if ghost kitchens are as popular as they are, is staff looking to add language or change code or do something? The disparity from what Stephanie was showing us, where some ghost kitchens have zero parking, which may be in a downtown Philadelphia, I don't know, to us with 29. I mean, I'm sure this isn't going to be the last time we hear this. Are we being proactive in trying to address this?
Yeah, I think at some point, as these issues, these newer type of development projects come up, certainly with that directive, we can research and look into it. We have to date researched a little bit of it, and I would like to defer to either Istvan or Eric to speak more precisely about that. I know we've also looked at some American Planning Association studies that kind of focus on this new use. So we recognize it's something a little bit different. There's not really something that qualifies it specifically in our code. That's why you'll see that we looked at this item as a facility that's like a catering facility. That's really the closest thing that we have in our code. But I'd like to defer to our transportation mobility staff to address it more specifically for you.
So let me ask the part B of that question, because in here it says Transportation Mobility Department does not yet agree with the applicant's methodology. What is it about the methodology that TAM doesn't agree with?
So I'll defer to Istvan to speak on that.
Good evening. My name is Istvan Midak from Transportation Mobility. As far as us adding this to the code, it's going to take a little bit of time because this is a very unique type of facility, and it brings up the same concerns that you guys have been bringing up regarding the parking. As far as our current concerns with this development, it's minor details at this point. They're regarding the safe pedestrian passageway from the additional parking to the facility. One of these facilities is across train tracks. So that pertains a little bit of the concern that we have. But yeah, I mean, essentially, that's why we do this through a study. We analyze other facilities near this one or in similar type of locations that may work the same way. That's why the Orlando location was put in. And that's why that number of 29 parking spots came up. Other than that, I don't know if Eric.
So one of my concerns was safety, and I know where the IBEW is over by the Home Depot. What I don't recall is there fencing along the railroad tracks? I know that we show the dotted line from go up to 13th Street and down whatever that road is.
That is the concern, that there is.
But, people don't follow the dotted line, especially when it's raining. Most people think they're faster than a bright line, but they're not. And, there's not fencing that parallels the tracks?
No.
Yeah, let me, Eric Shinesky with Cordino Group. Biggest issue I had while reviewing it, still reviewing it, but was the multimodal connectivity. So if we're going to have the sufficient number of site parking, I mean, you have some in the front, but having to use the off-site locations, you need to have, as Istvan mentioned, the appropriate level of safety for the multimodal connectivity for pedestrians and the right infrastructure. Right now, there's no sidewalks and crossing the tracks. Those are major concerns. So if there's an acceptable off-site parking location that pedestrians can reach safely, then we don't have a major concern after reviewing the documentation provided by the traffic consultant on the site. So it's more of a, from a complete street standpoint. And, if you're going to force people to walk from the site, you got to make it safe, comfortable, that sort of environment for pedestrians. So that's what I had.
Question. And so the code specifically, can you just state what the code specifically states with respect to like the safety or walkability requirements from the site?
Sorry, it's taking me a minute to find it. Can you find it, Stephanie? I know it's in here. I believe it says, I'm going to paraphrase while she finds it. It says, an off-site parking agreement in accordance with ULDR section 47/2018. We are not executing it, but it requires that the off-site parking be 700-foot distance and a safe pedestrian path. And so in our case, we are within 700 feet, but because it's an industrial area and there are not sidewalks, staff won't let us count it towards our parking requirement. And the other site, which is the ironworkers, is more than 700 feet and there's no sidewalks. But we're not asking people to walk. We provide a shuttle. We have a golf cart and we're providing people, all they have to do is text, come get me. And so we're not asking them to walk.
Okay, thank you.
That was a question I wanted to ask the consultant. There's a shuttle, so doesn't that make a difference? I mean, they're providing transportation to this site. How does not mitigate the circumstances of it being
I mean, that's a
200
condition
feet
of
further
approval.
away?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if all the parking spaces are being used by shuttle, yeah, that would eliminate that opportunity. Then going to have to be a condition of approval. Very specifics on that. But again, for me, when I look and see the area without the alternative would be to somehow come up with a safe pedestrian passageway. But the tracks, for me personally, having people cross the tracks back and forth is not an acceptable. So you would have to find, I think Pep Boys don't need to cross the tracks. Is that correct, Stephanie? So it's the one, the ironworkers. I think the other one that we're presented with that condition there.
And where is the public transportation? I mean, knowing that as we discussed, some number of these people will not be driving to the location, be taking public transportation. Where do they get on and off, and what is the route to get to the building?
I have to look it up. I had looked it up earlier today and I didn't include it in my presentation, so I apologize. There's a bus stop that's very close. And I can assure you, at least for the, do you know, Josh, off the top of your head? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. There's 3 bus lines within a 4-minute walk of the site, the 36, and I think it's also the 8 and the 10. Okay. Oh, excuse me. I misspoke. It's the 36, the 10, and the 20. They're 4-minute walk. The 36 stops on Sunrise, and the 10 and the 20 stop block north of the site.
Close enough.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you all very much. I think we're now going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone, members of the public that are here tonight, that would like to speak on this issue? If so, please come up. Okay, there's no members of the public. We shall close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Mary?
Sure. We do have one person who signed up online to speak for this item.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing to them. Go ahead.
Okay, it's Trudy Germanovich, and she has now been unmuted to talk. Trudy, are you there? Trudy's not unmuting themselves at the moment. Would you like to go ahead and move on?
Yes. Are there any members? Are there anyone else?
No one else has signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. I think Mary would like to speak.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to approve, and then I want to speak to that one if there's a
Okay.
second.
There's been a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second that. I would.
Did you want to include as a condition of
Yes,
approval?
Yes, I want to include the resolution.
But did you want to include as a condition of approval that the shuttle transport the
Yes.
patrons or employees?
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought that
Happy
was in
to offer
there.
that, yes.
Yes.
And I'll second that.
Okay, thank
And
you.
would that as well include getting these parking agreements signed?
Yeah, that's included in the staff conditions.
Is the shuttle
no,
running during the
it's-
hours of operations that they've identified from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., I think it was?
Okay.
I am happy to include that.
Okay, can you just repeat all the conditions of
Okay,
approval that
so-
you're adding so it's clear for the record?
We're adopting the conditions in the staff report and the shuttle to run during the hours of operation.
And, okay, to transport all the patrons or employees, whoever needs to get to the location.
That was
in a-
very well
in a
stated,
safe
thank you.
manner. And then,
Contingent on their parking agreements.
the parking agreements need to be executed and recorded, and a parking reduction order must be executed and recorded in the public records at the applicant's expense.
Yes.
Any other conditions?
No, but I second that motion.
Okay.
May I read the
Okay, it's been
resolution?
moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I think that, I understand the concerns from the consultants, but I think the fact that this is a neighborhood that is very, very active. And there are letters from not just the building across the street, but the entire neighborhood association, which we know to be one of the most active in the city. And I believe that they will have considered if there were negatives to be the negatives. And I think the shuttle makes a huge difference. I just think having that shuttle offers something that we probably don't offer in most of the projects that we see parking reductions on. So I hope you all will support this.
And I'd like to just add one comment. I think that this, the consultants, do make a great point. Our downtown is very dense. It's becoming increasingly dense. And the railroad tracks have, trains going 60 miles per hour, and there's absolutely nothing to stop people from walking across them. In Lauderdale, we're proposing in our first phase of the project to create a barricade on the south side of the river going all the way down to 17th Street. Right now, there are about 7,000 units proposed right along the FEC right away there that we're going to walk willy-nilly, thousands of people right across the railroad track. So I think maybe at the end of the meeting we could talk about, if the board might support the current proposed Lauderdale model project.
Okay, let's bring it back. All right, is there any other discussion on this motion? Tendra, would you please call the roll?
May I read the resolution title?
Excuse me?
May I read the resolution title, Madam Chair? Resolution title. A resolution of the Planning and Zoning Board of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a site plan level 3 development permit for a catering services facility and a parking reduction for the properties located at 1115 Northeast 9th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and 1123 Northeast 9th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in the heavy commercial and light industrial business zoning district, case number UDP S20010. You can do the roll call now.
Jacqueline Scott,
Yes.
John Barenka,
No.
Bill Rotella,
Yes.
Steve Gannon,
Yes.
Michael Weymouth,
No.
Jay Shetman,
Yes.
Sharon McCartney,
Yes.
Brad Cohen,
Yes.
Mary Fertig.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you all for coming. Okay.
Jackie,
Yes.
Before we begin, item 4, I have to excuse myself, because I have to pick up my son. So do we still have a quorum though, if I excuse?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
it's Brad Cohen. Thank you. Are you coming back? Well, whatever. Okay, thanks, Brad.
Thank you.
Okay, case number UDP-Z21003.
Good evening, board members. Jim Hetzel, Principal Urban Planner. I am the case planner on this item. What you have before you is a rezoning request for the area uptown from a property owner, actually 2 property owners, one of them being Citrix and the other property owner being another group, requesting the city's program to rezone the properties on their behalf. We've processed one for Fairfield, Cypress Creek. You might recall that was about a year ago, a little over a year ago, where this program where the city processes the rezoning if the property owners give us consent to rezone to the uptown zoning district that's applicable to the property. In this case, this request is to rezone from Commerce Center District, CC, to the Uptown Urban Village Northwest District, which is UUVNW. The site is about a little less than 5 acres, and all the backup material contains the consent form and the information needed for the city to process the rezoning. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hetzel. Is there any questions the board has for the staff? Okay. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this item from the public? Okay, no one? We shall close this public hearing and bring it back to the board. Would the board like to make a motion? Yes. Does the board want to include the staff report as part of the record?
Second.
Can you repeat who made the motion?
Thanks, Mike. Seconded by Jay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Could you do any opposed, just for the record?
Are there any opposed? No.
Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'm sorry, the mic's off. Can you repeat?
I make a motion that we approve the item with the attached staff report.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Tendra, please call the roll.
Jacqueline Scott,
Yes.
John Baranco,
Yes.
Bill Rotella,
Yes.
Steve Gannon,
Yes.
Michael Weymouth,
Yes.
Jay Shetman,
Yes.
Sharon McCartney,
Yes.
Mary Furtick.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Hetzel is here also on item number 6. Since item number 5 might take a little more time, and this is, item 6 is basically a Scribner's error that they want to correct. Would the board agree to allow this item number 6 to go next?
Fine with me.
Yes.
Okay, the board agrees, so Mr. Hetzel.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Jim Hetzel again for this case is a correction to 2 sections of our code. The ULDR 47, section 47-13.20 is for the downtown RAC review process. There was a little bit of an error with the one word missing in that language where we added the word approved in this correction. That was erroneously left off when the downtown RAC codification occurred. The other section is 4724, which is the development permit and procedures table. There was an error in the flex amendment that we recently did where we actually identified the wrong column for the approval body. So we were also correcting that. And there was a correction to some of the community residents category, which was indicated in the wrong section in the table. So these amendments are just cleanup items from mistakes or Scribner's errors that were made.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mary?
Well, we have Mr. Hetzel here on the downtown master plan. On September 16th, 2020, our board made 4 amendments, proposed amendments to this board. When it went to the city commission, the comment in the minutes of November 5th, 2020 are that the staff hadn't had time to research those. Have you had time to research them yet, and will we be discussing those soon?
I'm trying to recall what those were. One of them, I believe, was the parking.
Yeah, I'll get those for you while you see if anybody else has a question.
Yeah.
Read it to you exactly. It dealt with tower
Great, I appreciate
separation.
that. Yeah, because 2020 is a long time for me to remember.
Okay, are there any other questions for Jim while Mary's looking up her notes? Okay.
Okay, I'll read this section to you. We actually moved on 4 things. One of them was the tower separation. One of them was the minimum unit size of 400 feet minimum unit. One of them was, and I think the tower separation was 60 feet. And one of them was the parking. And I didn't want that left hanging out there since the city commission was told you hadn't had time to research those. Were kind of major topics that the public came forward on, so.
Jim, I can help address those. So we did actually adopt the parking standard in the code. That was something that came before this board a few months ago. We also sent a communication identifying some of the issues that we were not moving forward based on analysis that we did. And regarding the tower separation, that was one of them. We believe that it's the way that it was adopted with the 60 feet is appropriate. And that was something that I can re-forward to the board if you'd like.
And that was forwarded to the city commission.
Right.
With a recommendation from the staff not to adopt the amendments of the planning and zoning.
So we took care of some of them, and some of them were followed through with the communication as to the analysis that was done and what the outcome of that analysis showed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Okay. We can open, there's a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item? Okay, none. So let's close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Is there a motion on this item? Does anyone wish to make a motion on this item?
I'll move the item.
Thanks, Sherry. Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Jacqueline Scott,
Yes?
John Baranco,
Yes.
Bill Rotella,
Yes.
Steve Gannon,
Yes.
Michael Weymouth,
Yes.
Jay Shetman,
Yes.
Sherry McCartney,
Yes.
Mary Fertig.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks,
Motion
Jim.
passes.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go back to case number UDP T21002. Amend City of Fort Lauderdale ULDR landscape and tree preservation requirements.
Good evening. Can everyone see the slide
Yes.
here and in Zoom? I'm Glenn Hadwin, the Sustainability Manager. Thank you for taking the time to discuss this with us. We are pleased to present the proposed amendments to the Urban Land Development Regulations, Section 4721, Landscape and Tree Preservation. As you may recall, these revisions were initiated in response to City Commission concerns for the preservation of specimen old-growth trees and the application of the city's existing tree preservation code to tree removal during development. An earlier draft of this ordinance was presented to PZB on March 30th of this year. Since then, some key team members have changed, and I would like to briefly introduce them. Our technical lead is now Mark Williams, who's been the city's urban forester since 2017, and he was previously the urban forester in Miami Beach, where he led the revisions of their tree protection ordinance successfully while he was there. In addition, in response to the direction at the last PZB meeting about having more landscape architect expertise, the city retained Calvin Giordano and Associates to assist us with the providing landscape architecture consulting services, leading the next round of revisions, and facilitating stakeholder meetings. With us tonight, we have the two leads from Calvin Giordano, Michael Connor, who's going to take over part of the presentation and highlight what we've done since the last PZB meeting, and Tammy Cook-Whedon, who's the Director of Landscape Architecture at Calvin Giordano. And I'll let Mike speak a little more to their experience when he gets up, but I will say that they've worked with a lot of municipalities and many ordinance revisions related to landscape and tree protection. As you may recall, this effort is aligned with the city's strategic plans. They are intended to address urban forestry concerns in a comprehensive way with the goal of having a more streamlined, consistent application of our regulations while strengthening tree preservation as a whole. The city's press play, Fort Lauderdale's 2024 strategic plan, emphasizes cross-departmental collaborations, and this particular effort is supported under both the infrastructure and public places focus areas, with the respective goals being to grow and enhance the urban forest and to improve the water quality in our natural environment. Likewise, the recently adopted Advanced Fort Lauderdale, I hear some music. I think someone's turning off her phone. So it aligns with the Advanced Fort Lauderdale 2040 Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, urban design element, and conservation element, which all touch on forestry, increasing tree canopy, enhancing tree species diversity, utilizing Florida-friendly landscaping principles, and protecting environmentally sensitive lands. And finally, I wanted to give you a brief reminder of the work we had done before we came to PZB on March 30th. This effort has been underway for several years. At the November 5th, 2019 City Commission Conference meeting, staff presented an introduction to the concepts under consideration for amendment to ULDR Section 4721. Commission then directed staff to proceed with these revisions. The first draft for public review was shared in June 2020. Since that time, staff has presented the proposed changes to various stakeholders, including the public, certified arborists, consulting arborists, landscape contractors, landscape architects, landscape inspectors, land developers, engineers, and internal staff. Based on the stakeholder feedback, staff revised text to incorporate these changes. Prior to the March 30th PZB, there had been 33 meetings with internal and external stakeholders, which include 31 stakeholder groups, which are listed in the slide, albeit in tiny print, but they're also in the staff report. And the 3 meetings in red are the ones that have happened with the landscape architect stakeholder group subsequent to the March 30th PZB. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Mike Connor, who will provide an overview of the activity and changes since the March PZB meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn, and good evening. First, I'd like to expound on my qualifications and why I'm experienced and have the knowledge to help the city with this landscape ordinance rewrite. I have been living in Fort Lauderdale and practicing for over 35 years. I am a past president of the Florida Urban Forestry Council. I'm a past president of the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association, and I'm a past Broward section chair of ASLA. I have here with me today Tammy Cook-Whedon. She is the director of our Department of Landscape Architecture at Calvin Giordano and Associates. She's lived here in South Florida as long as I have and been practicing as well. And She started the landscape architecture program department at Calvin Giordano and Associates in 1997. I joined the firm in 2003, and we've been doing projects together ever since. As Glenn mentioned, a lot of our work is municipal related consulting services, and we've worked with a lot of cities to update and rewrite their ordinances for both tree preservation and landscape. So we feel that we have a lot of qualifications to bring to the table. As Glenn mentioned, we were engaged by the city in April, thereabouts, and we immediately began to research and comb through all of the documentation, all of the previous meeting minutes, stakeholder meeting groups, emails, just to kind of get a sense of where things were at. And as a result of that, we came up with a list of working issues that mainly the stakeholder advisory group had come up with, as well as us, and it came out to a working document of 30 main issues that they had or things that we needed to resolve or come to compromise on. And so we started with that. We had 3 additional meetings with that advisory groups during May and June, May 17th, May 25th, and June 3rd. In between that, we had re-reviews and meetings with city staff and DSD staff as well. And at the end of that, as a result of that, we issued a first draft of the proposed changes to the ordinance. That was distributed to the stakeholder groups on June 25th. And then it also went to Broward County for their review and approval, and then to the city attorney's office for their review of the ordinance as well. In that time frame, we also realized that originally the thinking was that it would probably only take 3 or 4 months. We realized that we got into July and August, it was going to take a little bit more time to have an ordinance ready to bring back to the Planning and Zoning Board. So we have kind of deferred it a couple times to make sure that we crossed all the I's and dotted all the T's with regards to the ordinance. When the city attorney reviewed it, he had additional comments and changes and things that needed to be addressed, and so we had additional meetings with DSD staff at that time. We addressed some of his initial comments, sent out another draft on October 15th, thereabouts, to the group again, and then had some final revisions with the city attorney and DSD staff to make this, create this final proposed ordinance that is included in your packets and distributed on November 5th. So I'm not going to go through all 30 of the major issues that we were directed or given the direction to address and to kind of broker some compromise and come to resolution with the stakeholder groups and staff. But here are some of the significant changes or things that we want to highlight tonight. Within the definition sections, there was some confusion between the terminology of caliper versus diameter at breast height, and so we added some language and addressed those concerns. Caliper mainly is for when you're specifying new landscape material or trees to be installed, whereas the diameter at breast height is more relative to when you're talking about existing trees, tree removal permits, tree relocation, the value of those trees that are being removed or relocated, that sort of thing. Another item was the specimen tree definition and the criteria for that. And there was a lot of discussion back and forth about what would qualify or what the criteria would be to make a tree a specimen tree versus a non-specimen tree. And we worked through those items as well with the stakeholder group and came to an agreement that is tiered for large, medium, and small type trees, not just one size fits all. The next item is the tree classification list was updated. And again, this is a direct result of what I just mentioned in terms of coming up with criteria for what determines a tree to be a specimen tree. So we had to take the existing tree classification list that the city had and decide which trees would be large trees, medium-sized trees, small trees. And then we did the same with palms so that there's large palms and small palms. And this all is all relative to incorporating it into the entire document, wherever we're talking about the regulations for these types of tree requirements. The next was an issue related to the percentage of allowed lawn or turf or sod areas. This is a water conservation type of amendment that was in the ordinance already, and single family was at no more than 60% allowed to be grass or lawn area, which uses a lot of water, as we know, versus in landscaping or planting beds. And the multifamily and commercial and industrial, those types of uses, were at 50%. So that was even more restrictive than the single family. So at the end of all the discussion, we came up with moving the percentage for the non-single family zoning uses from 50 to 60%. So everything is at a maximum allowed percentage of 60% for sod, lawn, and turf areas. The next item was the use of modular suspended pavement systems, sometimes referred to as silvacells. There's other product names for it, and structural soils. And this is to address when you have a project in a dense urban area like our downtown and other areas where you just don't have the planting space required to really grow a live oak tree to make it, to let it be as big as it wants to be. So this gives you designers, applicants an option to have structural soils under the pavement or a modular suspended pavement system, which also goes under the pavement, which will allow for the tree roots to grow without lifting up the pavement that's around it, whether it be a parking lot, sidewalk, urban plaza, you name it. So that was something else that we wanted to highlight. Next is the shade tree usage. The previous proposed ordinance was requiring, I think, up to 75% of trees to be shade trees in a lot of cases. And what the thought was is that that was just requiring an overburden of putting too many big shade trees on a property when it may not have room for all those big trees to grow. So what we've done is, again, that tiered approach of a certain percentage would be large and medium-sized trees, and say 50%, 25% would then be small trees, and 25% of them could be up to the designer's choice. Could be palms, could be flowering trees, accents, what have you. So it gives them more flexibility in meeting the requirements of the code for the number of trees, but not overburden them with trying to make them all oak trees. The next thing was the equivalent replacement and equivalent value calculations. This is almost the most important thing on the whole, related to the whole ordinance, in my opinion, and that's because I live in the city. I see all the trees, existing trees that are under pressure and have been abused or going into poor condition or being removed by all this development. So the thing was is that the way that the calculation was for an equivalent replacement of a tree being removed had not been updated in a lot of years. So it was really undervaluing the trees. And you also, when you equated it to dollars, if they didn't have room to plant the trees on the site to mitigate and offset the trees that are being removed, the dollar value was not enough to even plant the number of trees that they needed to, let alone if they were just removing it and not replacing it. So it was relatively, made it easier for a developer of a larger project per se to not really concern themselves about trying to save the trees or relocate them, because they could just pay the money. And so that's one of the things that we really were looking at. And that essentially was 2.5 times what the city was paying or had valued it per inch. So it's 2.5 times increase from what it was. And so we think this is really going to make a difference with the tree preservation aspect of the city's code and ordinances moving forward. Whoops. Another item that we really addressed and focused on with the advisory group was, again, this idea of you want to have a number of trees that are required on a site, and if you want to make them all shade trees or canopy trees, then they're all competing for each other. And so we talked about tree spacing, and we came up with tree spacing criteria that allows for not only spacing from the trees from a building or from a street, but also spacing from tree to tree, so that we weren't putting trees, oak trees, 15 feet apart just because the code said you needed that many. So now the code has flexibility so that they can put in a shade tree, but they can also put in some small trees and some palm trees and make the site work better and make it all more sustainable, which is what the city's goal is. The next was the tree and landscape document packet, which comes at the time of permitting, especially for larger developments where they were just providing the landscape plan and tree survey and inventory, but not much else. So one of the things that the group looked at and what staff was trying to incorporate in this rewrite is that you had also the irrigation plan, which requires trenching of main lines and pipes in a site, as well as site lighting and electrical plans, which again require trenching for conduits. And so that the staff can overlay all of these things together and ensure that if there's a large oak tree, that they're not going to be showing plans that have an irrigation main line or a big conduit of electrical wires going right through the middle of the root zone of that tree. So this was a check and balance. This is a way for the staff to really kind of see what's happening with all the different layers of construction that have to happen on these sites. The next thing is the synthetic turf. I live in Poinsettia Heights. There's a lot of my neighbors that have installed synthetic turf, not only as putting greens in their backyards, but people are putting them in their front yards now as well. And I feel the city really needs to get a handle on this, because there's good installations and there's not so good installations. So we want to make sure, the city needs to really kind of make sure that you have a good quality product, that it's installed properly, that it drains, that it's attached around the perimeter to hold it in place, that it doesn't buckle and wrinkle. And so the section of the ordinance was added to address synthetic turf specifically. And again, we have worked with 3 municipalities that I can think of for synthetic turf ordinances, and they've all been well received. Lastly is the tree protection barricade requirements were strengthened. These hadn't been addressed in a long time, and just putting up some wood posts with some orange plastic fencing is just not cutting it, because over time on a construction site, those things fall down, they don't get replaced. So we really want a sturdy type of 2x4 and wood post and rails and signage, and or sturdy chain link fence and signage that says that all the workers need to stay out of this area, the critical root zone around the existing trees. So with that, I hope I've explained the amount of time and effort and due diligence that we have put in, that the advisory group people that have put in, the stakeholders, DSD staff, who is the ones that have to take this ordinance and now implement it and work with it and show the applicants what it's about and what they need to do. So they need to be buy in and be on board with it. And we feel that we've done all of those things. So we really hope that the board will recommend approval of this ordinance and move it on to first reading for the City Commission. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Thank you very much. First of all, board, do you want to make the staff report part of the record?
So moved.
Didn't we just get a staff report? Or
Right, but we've got this big
you
staff
want
report
the rest
here.
of it to be made? Okay.
Yeah. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Now, do we have any questions for staff or the consultants by the board before we open the public hearing?
I just wanted to ask about the, I noticed on your community engagement chart that it looks like the last meeting you had with the advisory group was in June. Is that correct?
Yes, we had 3 meetings and that was the last one. And then the rest of it has been emails since we sent out the drafts to the group, as well as when we sent it to the city attorney. And yeah, so they've seen it in email form. And we've had email meetings, but not, communication, but not an actual meeting.
So for the community at large, and I notice we have a number of people here tonight, they would have received this final report like November 5th. Is that when they would have seen it?
The final version, yes, but it did not change significantly since the time that we first sent it to the city attorney, because we were working through with them on a few items, but the major resolution of the items and the compromises that were worked out with the stakeholder group, we feel have been in that ordinance since the first draft, more or less.
Okay.
So the changes, any changes that have happened have been relatively minor in nature.
And this may seem like an odd question, and I don't know whether one of the attorneys here was working on this or someone else, but what changes did the city attorney suggest making?
One of the items that came out of one of the 30 items that we started with was the idea that the ordinance had the phrase "as to be determined by department staff." And they used that a lot in a lot of cases where it was like up to the staff to decide when they would have to do one requirement or another. And the city attorney very appropriately pointed out some of those particular phrases that were disconcerting to him. And so he basically charged us with saying, you need to be specific and come up with a criteria. If this is the case, then you have to do this. If it's not, then you don't have to do it, rather than say as to be determined by department. So by addressing his comments in the ordinance, we were also addressing one of the issues and concerns of the group from the beginning.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Any other questions?
Yeah, Jack.
Who is
This is John.
Oh, hey.
John Baronco.
Yep.
Hi. Gosh, along the same lines that Mary, I thought, was going with this, because she was asking about the meetings and the outreach. And while I appreciate everybody's time, so much has gone into this with staff and the stakeholders who were so nice to give their time and their professionalism here. I went through this thing and I spent 4 hours looking at this ordinance. And I almost feel like the first time we went through this, it was just so out there in left field that I didn't give it enough attention. And now I'm really getting into the nitty gritty. We've got a consultant on board who really knows his stuff. And I got about halfway through this and I spent 4 hours. And, this is volunteer time for me, as it is for all the board members. As it is for the stakeholders. We're not making money on this thing. We're just trying to do what's right by the city and the residents. And right now, as it stands, and I'm just putting this out there early in the night here, so, we don't run into any weirdness tonight running late. I just don't feel comfortable voting on this thing, not knowing what's in the second half of this, because I'm going to tell you the first half of it, we'll be here to midnight talking about just, little oddball things. So I personally think that the stakeholders haven't had enough time. I haven't had enough time. And I will be voting no on this just because I just feel like I don't know what is in there. So that's all I have to say.
And Jackie, I just want to add to what John just said. John, I think we're probably going down the same path of making sure that all of the neighborhoods have a good idea of what's in this. This has been like critically important to our neighborhoods for years. So I just want to make sure that the neighborhoods, all of the neighborhoods, have a good idea of what's happening and they feel very comfortable. And I know you've put hours into talking to them on the front end about what they want to see on it, but I think it's critically important to put that same amount of time as we pass this on to the city commission and making sure that this is the plan that our neighborhoods want it to see. And we've all seen tragedies in our own neighborhoods and in adjoining neighborhoods where trees have suddenly been cut or something has happened. And so John, I think we're probably on the same page. I'm just saying that early on. Jackie, I'm echoing that.
That's fine. Any other comments?
I'd echo what Mary and John have said. I don't know if we need to do disclosures, but I have no problem doing disclosures. I received an email that I think everybody on the board did as well, and it left, to me, looking like it's a little bit half-baked. I had the luxury of talking to Mr. Kuhlman, and, to get this thing on November 5th, and as in-depth as it is, to try to ram this thing through right now, I think, give these guys their due. Like John said, they're doing this for free. We're getting the luxury of some pretty serious talent out there to rival you. They've got, probably the same credentials, not positive, but, I'd like to see this thing done right once and send it along.
Jay?
I would be curious to hear what the public thinks. Who came?
I just want to make a comment. I think it's extremely important that we get this thing moved forward. Not to negate what you all have said, but as we continue to get into the minutia of this and second guess and have opinions, I think what's happening is we're losing more tree canopy and we've got issues. It's very, very frustrating to me personally, and I think a lot of the other people in the community as well. I don't know that there's anything so critical that we need to continue to delay this. I really don't. But with that being said, that's my opinion, and if there's no other comments from the board, I will be happy to open the public hearing.
Would I have an opportunity to add one more thing?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
This type of ordinance is very important to a lot of people. And there is no way that you are going to get everybody to approve this as is with no changes. It's just, there's just too many people with too many opinions. And if you ask all the neighborhoods in Fort Lauderdale, you're never going to get them all to agree to something. It's just, and that's why the city hired us, to be the negotiator, to listen to all sides and come up with a solution that's in the middle, that everybody can be. Staff lost on some items, and the stakeholders lost on some items, and I lost on some items, but what we came up with was a very reasonable, a very strong, enforceable ordinance that will be the envy of all the rest of the municipalities in this area. So please take that into consideration.
Thank you so much. If there's no other comments, we'd like to hear from the public. Let's open the public hearing. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item, please come up to the podium, state your name, where you live, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, everybody. I'm Nancy Long. I'm the president of River Oaks Civic Association, and we have 4,500 homes in our neighborhood. And our organization, our civic organization, is getting very strong. And we talk about this all the time. We read about it. We've been publishing it online to Nextdoor and other areas. Plus, we talk about it at our meetings. Right now, we'd had more people here, but they're out saving a champion rain tree. So I'm here to speak for them and to speak for our neighborhood, that we have a beautiful canopy neighborhood, and we're in a little niche over by the marina. And the marina stands behind us also on our trees and our canopies. Developers are coming in and they're buying anything they can get their hands on, and they're illegally coming in on weekends, they're coming in at nights, and they're just cutting them down so that it's easy for them to build. They don't live here, they're not going to live here. They're developing so they can get people here, they have renters here, which our renters in our neighborhood are actually great, but it's the owners, the developers, the owners that the trees are in their way. So we have been waiting for this to get approved since last year. When last year when we had this meeting, every seat was full of all of the neighborhoods crying and begging for this. And it's been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. We think that for River Oaks, and I'm speaking for our members, our neighbors, that this needs to be approved. If we need to make amendments at a later date, but we have to start somewhere. We have to start saving our trees. We have to start keeping our air pollution down with the airports there. I mean, it's important to us. So we're hoping that you will take us into consideration, along with a lot of the other neighborhoods I've talked to, Crescent, Edgewood. I've talked to them about it, and they have very luscious trees in their neighborhood too, which are being demolished for the same reasons. So speaking for our association and our neighborhoods, please, let's pass this, and later on, if we need to make amendments, we can bring it back up again. Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Okay, hold on a second. Mary would like to ask you a question.
Yeah, and I think we all share the concern about the tree canopy, and we know what's happening and the terrible things that have happened. Did you read through this thing, and do you feel that this will address some of the problems that we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years with trees just being cut down?
My background is I'm a general contractor, developer. I know developers. I know their sneaky tricks. I know what they do. I watch what they do. I have read it since the very beginning. I've seen the changes. We discussed the changes. Some of them we think they should be stronger, like the fees and stuff, but we can live with what it is, and it's going to help us. Like I said, I do understand it. I read it. I read it again. That came out again last week. I opened it up and I went through it and looked for the changes and everything crossed off, and I think it's a great improvement to go forward with it.
Okay, and if you could say what things should be made stronger, can you just briefly describe that to us?
I think our specimen trees, if they illegally come in and chop them way back and cut them down, I think that fee should be stronger. Our children, our grandchildren are never going to see these trees that are 100 years old, some of these 150-year-old trees. They're going to see a little tree they put in their place, and they'll never see what we see. I mean, these trees go 50 feet out, and they're just magnificent. And it took years. I mean, my neighborhood, the trees I know were planted in the 20s and 30s, so, and I've lived in the neighborhood since the 80s, and I've known all the neighbors, and most of them have passed on, and we still have neighbors that have been there 40, 50 years that it breaks their heart when they see this happen, and they don't even, they're afraid to leave because somebody will come in and take their trees down. And what am I going to do when I die? They're going to cut my trees down. I'm like, well, we're trying to protect them, and we talk about it a lot. It's a very passionate thing. I mean, it brings a lot of people to tears. I can come to tears right now thinking of what they've already done in our neighborhoods. So I think that is the one that I think should be stronger, but, we'll see where it goes. We got to start somewhere. And at least the fees that we have is a stronger fee than we had. And I think that it'll make people pay attention and listen, and that they just can't come in and have their way with our canopies and our trees.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Can I ask the consultant to please address what Ms. Long just said? Because this is never going to be a perfect ordinance. It might be an ordinance that never gets passed if we don't move it forward.
Yeah, my understanding is that all the trees were treated equally, whether they were specimen or not, in the existing current code. Right now, we are proposing that specimen trees over a certain size and condition would require an ISA arborist to provide a tree appraisal evaluation with that for the removal of that tree, for the value. Instead of using the simple formula, it now becomes a qualified arborist professional that is providing an appraisal using an accepted standard form that the industry uses throughout the country and the world, actually. ISA being an international organization. So what we found generally is, and I can show you an example if you want to get into the details of it, but generally that appraised value is higher than what the formula comes out with, so you have an increased value placed on the specimen trees.
Thank you very
Madam
much.
Chair, if I may.
Speaking?
Assistant City Attorney Dwayne
Yes, sir.
Spence. I've been working on this ordinance from 2019. Far from half-baked, this ordinance we've been going back and forth, but I want to speak to the penalty and the fee in particular, because that was one of the issues that was raised by our office early in the process. In the state of Florida, anything that is not a regulatory fee, a user fee, is considered a tax or a penalty. We are not allowed to impose illegal taxes unless it's authorized by the state. The fee structure set up in this ordinance is set up as a regulatory fee, the fees for which are put into the trust fund. And therefore, the formula that the consultant put together is based on the value or the equivalent value of the tree that is being removed, and that is what caps the actual fee that we associate with the removal of the tree.
Thanks, Dwayne.
You're welcome.
Okay, next speaker, please.
I want to show a picture.
Sure. Please state your name and where you live, please.
My name is Bianca Bryant, and I live at 1722 Southwest 20th Street across Lauderdale Marina, and my family has been there since the 1960s.
Can you just make sure that the clerk gets a copy of that picture that you're showing the board, please? Thank you.
Now,
We're not seeing anything but the audience.
okay, within the years, I have seen all these oak trees grow beautifully. I have also seen all the changes that have happened throughout the years. And the worst is how it has become a heaven for developers and builders to come to our neighborhood and tear down all these beautiful oak trees that have been here for 40, 50 years. I have actually seen them grow. Our area is called River Oaks because of all the oak trees. But at the rate they are being torn down, we will need to delete the oaks. The purpose of tearing down these trees is so they can maximize the land, so they can put cluster homes. We are told that they will replace it with something else. Really? How do they replace a tree that it took 30, 40 years to grow? By then, I will probably not be in this planet to see it. These developers or builders don't live here. They all want to do is make their money and leave. Sad. My purpose for being here is to say that as a homeowner of River Oaks, I must speak up and make everyone aware of what is happening, and hopefully our commissioners will understand the necessity to pass this ordinance. We need to say enough is enough. It's no longer the American dream in my neighborhood. Now, here is a picture. You see these oak trees?
We didn't see, oh yeah.
Okay, my house is on the right.
You need to turn that picture in, so, for the record.
Oh, okay. Now, this house used to be owned by my grandmother. It's an old house, it's gonna get torn down, a developer just purchased it. Now, these two oak trees, the one on the right and the one in the middle, have been there forever. The one on the right, somebody came on a Friday afternoon and started chopping it down. Immediately I called code, it just so happened he was available, came and made him stop it, okay? Now, the next thing is they're gonna knock it down so that they can put a 3-story duplex. That's not neighborhood compatible. But as you can see on this other picture, it's on the west side. This other picture was on the east. This used to be another piece of property that my grandmother owned. It used to be an old wooden house. Got torn down. It used to have a beautiful lychee tree that had been there forever. In the middle of it was the oak tree. They knocked the oak tree, the lychee tree, and now that property sits there vacant. Now, my understanding is they got approved for a 3-story duplex. How is that neighborhood compatible? So now I'm gonna have 3-story duplexes on the east, on the west, and I will no longer have the sunlight that I used to get from the east.
If you can, keep this conversation to the trees.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
So
okay.
the trees is I've been around all these trees for years, and it's just, I see them being torn down, and it's really sad.
Thank you very much.
So my question to the consultant, and is, will this ordinance help to prevent this?
Yes. The enhancements and the additional items that are required at the time of the tree permit or landscape permit will help the DSD staff to better evaluate the condition and the trees that are there. And if the developer cannot work around the existing trees or make their project fit into the site, saving those existing trees, which is the first step in the process, then If all else fails, they might look at relocating that tree if it's possible to relocate. If it's a very large oak, that sometimes is not possible. Then you fall back on the tree removal permit and the aspect of replacement trees and/or the equivalent value being placed into the tree trust fund so that the city can therefore plant new trees in public lands elsewhere in the city to offset the loss of canopy of that one tree. And as I've mentioned earlier, the value of that specimen oak tree is going to be much higher than it is currently. So therefore, we're getting more money in the tree trust fund to plant more trees to replace the canopy that's lost. It may not be right next to the adjacent resident, unfortunately, but the city as a whole is preserving and enhancing their urban tree canopy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we ask Duane the same question? The attorney. I know you've been working on this, you said, for 2 years, and so you feel that this ordinance is going to mitigate the situation that the last speaker.
I think the consultant accurately explained how the ordinance addresses the removal of trees and the replacement of trees.
It increases the burden to remove. Doesn't stop it.
Can we continue?
Sure.
Nothing can stop it.
Okay, next speaker, please. I'm sorry, did you want to say
Possible
something?
for Mark Williams to speak on this item as well?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Something else that wasn't really mentioned is the city has a set criteria package that they have to follow when they're reviewing plans for tree removals. They have to meet certain criteria to be removed or impacted. The previous ordinance is not as strong as the current one. That was changed and strengthened where the individual property, whoever it is that wants to remove a tree now has to provide a valid reason to do so. It's not a pass-through permit. So you have to meet certain criteria. Case in point, the tree has really poor condition. That's a potential reason to remove it. Is the tree causing damage to existing property? As in, is it destroying a foundation? Number one, is it correctable? If it's not, that meets potential criteria. It made it a lot stricter in terms of you can't just remove a tree because you want to. That's something that was changed that's significantly different from the previous ordinance. I just wanted to bring that up for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker, please. We have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello. It's nice to recognize Mary Fertig. I haven't seen you in quite a while. Mark Hanter, Riverland Road, 2060 Riverland Road. 50-year resident of Fort Lauderdale, 30 years in Riverland. I want to thank staff, specifically Mark Williams, Glenn, and Kim Pearson, who's not here tonight, for their best effort on this issue. It's not an easy issue, but yet something that means so much to so many residents here in Fort Lauderdale. Is it better than the current ULDR language that we had before? Yes. Could it be better? Most definitely. It breaks my heart to witness a mature oak tree being cut down, a tree that has wild orchids on it, for another development project in our neighborhood or anywhere. What will it take to stop this behavior? Why can't we be better custodians and caretakers of these magnificent trees? ULDR violation CE-20011-645 at 2929 and 2931 Riverland Road in March of 2020 is an example of what we don't want. Cutting down numerous specimen oak trees without permitting during the early Sunday morning hours. This is wrong and it must stop. The proposed fines for this behavior is not a meaningful deterrent, but rather an inconvenience to the builder. $1,000 per tree in a 12-month period. So let's see, I've got 3 oak trees that are in my way. $3,000 will clear the lot for me, and I'll just proceed and just add it to the price of the unit. It's not a fine. It's just an inconvenience. We need more local community input and an earlier notice before it hits the planning and zoning meeting. When a property builder buys a property in the city, he immediately starts planning how he's going to remove the obstacles, these trees. And there needs to be some sort of intermediary by the community before it hits P&Z for a meeting. maybe if we establish some kind of a tree tender group in each neighborhood, that might help as well. They could keep an eye on the property while the development's going on. I'm excluding hazardous trees and sick trees, okay? I'm talking about healthy specimen oak trees. Sadly, we lost Gene Dempsey a few years ago. He was a consummate city forester. Some of you here probably know who he was. And he's a magnificent tree steward. He realized how very few old growth forest trees remain in Fort Lauderdale. His efforts and projects still live on. Mark Williams is our current city arborist, and I welcome him, and I'm hopeful that he will prove to be the protector and preservationist we deeply need today. As a 50-year resident of Fort Lauderdale, I look around the city today, so many issues seem to be pressing our leaders, and, well, I'm not going to go into the details and the list. You all know them better than I do. But I wonder, just what will the future of our city look like for my kids and my kids' kids? Will we have any old growth trees remaining? Is it necessary that the specimen trees be sacrificed for more growth? And finally, do we really want our once beautiful city in paradise to look like New York City or Miami? Thank you.
Thank you. I have a
Jackie?
question for the consultant real quick.
I'm going to want to
Could
ask
you,
him.
pardon me?
I want to ask him a question. When
Okay. Could you please address the fines, because I agree with what the gentleman said in reference to if it cost you $1,000, big deal. How did you fix that in the ordinance?
I cannot address the fine part of it, but I can, again, reiterate what we talked about in terms of the tree removal permit and what would be required in terms of either replacement trees and or the equivalent value paid into the tree trust fund. Any questions related to fines for after the fact removals, I will defer to staff.
Yeah, I definitely want an answer to that question if we can get that, please.
Assistant City Attorney Dwayne Spence, as I stated earlier with regards to the limitations on our ability to increase fees, it's tied to the restrictions of state law in that regards. Similarly, fines are set out by state statute, particularly Chapter 162, which has specific upper limits to fines for violations, specific violations.
So will our fines be the upper limit? And will that upper limit cause a developer to think twice about removing a tree? Or is it going to remain an inconvenience? I mean, obviously, the ordinance can only do so much, but I'd like to know if it's going to be a large enough dollar amount, if the state allows it. Do you know how they calculate it, or?
No, it's just set out in a state statute.
Well, okay, so following what Jackie's saying and what the several speakers have spoken to, so somebody does it the right way and they go get the tree appraised and figure out what they're going to have to do, and they follow the rules and then they pay the money into it. But what about the person that's coming and just cutting something down on a weekend? What is the penalty for them, and is it more? Is there something? Is it greater than if they followed the rules?
Does the city have a mechanism to handle this? Who can answer that?
Well, I was asking the consultant, but maybe.
I don't think the consultant can. Can someone from staff answer that question? I mean, obviously, this is one of the biggest issues in neighborhoods. The Saturday.
This is a big issue, and if
Well, I
it's
know.
not ready to
I-
address
well,
tonight.
Yeah, Glenn Hadwin, Sustainability Manager. That is, I think the section Dwayne was referring to is there is a specific section that addresses what happens if you remove a tree without a permit. There's a fine. For the first offense, it's $1,000, plus you need to pay the equivalent value of the tree. And then if it's for each repeat offense, it's $2,000 plus twice the equivalent of value of each tree.
And that's by state statute?
That's in our ordinance. I believe it's in accordance with state statute.
No, I don't mean to beat this to death, but I think the public would probably like to hear about this, and that would be if I see somebody chopping down an oak tree in my neighborhood, what do I do to stop it?
Call code enforcement.
And there's a code enforcement person that can instantly respond to stop the assassination or whatever.
I don't know that I'm in Public Works, and I don't know if there's anyone here that can speak to the operations of code right now.
Is there anybody in staff that can assure us that code enforcement people are engaged in being able to stop this happening when they're notified? I need to hear from staff. And is that in the ordinance?
I can cover that to an extent if that's acceptable. I work a lot with code compliance, and basically the way that works when you call in a complaint, there's a 24-hour hotline, so whoever happens to be working will respond to the complaint. What usually happens with tree issues, if it's not something cut and dry, as in they're cutting trees completely down on site, they'll typically contact someone in staff, myself, or one of their other inspectors who has experience with diagnosing tree abuse cases, as in what they're doing. Are they improperly pruning, or are they cutting roots, whatever it is. There is a process for how that's dealt with, and they are responsive.
And will there be, with this new ordinance, will there be a lot of communication between your department and code enforcement as it relates to this specific issue?
Absolutely, there already is.
Okay, good deal. Mary, did you want to say something?
Well, I guess my concern in listening to all of this is that pretty much every speaker's been able to give you an example of something that's happened in their neighborhood that shouldn't have happened, and I know many of us up here can do likewise. And sometimes I know we have people who may not be in the audience tonight who are standing in front of the bulldozer to make it stop. I just want to make sure that with this ordinance, we're not going to have to do that, because there's going to be something in place to prevent, to make sure. I know we're still going to have to do it, okay. But I think we have to make sure that we have strength enough in this ordinance to make sure that a developer doesn't just come in and take advantage of a process which is too lax.
Of course.
Which they're really not going to get penalized enough to make it stop happening.
But what Dwayne just told us is that it's not possible
because
we can't create an ordinance that goes above and beyond what the state's
Well,
allowing.
we can request staff, if and when we move this forward, to review the ordinance again to ensure what the upper limits are and to ensure that we're meeting those upper limits.
Yeah, okay.
Sure, and if I could for a second, if you remember when Glenn mentioned equivalent value as being a multiplier, that ties into it directly. The fine is set true by state statute, but the equivalent value is not. That's been changed to be much more robust. To use a really extreme example, a tree gets removed, it has a value of $150,000, which I've seen in my experience working for Miami Beach, Broward County, et cetera. You add that to the citation plus the multiplier, that could be a huge number for one tree.
Good.
So if you look at that in terms of, are there multiple trees similar in size to that on site? There might be. That's potentially how it could work in terms of a discouragement. One tree might not be enough, but you have 10 $100,000 trees, that's a huge number. And that's one way to definitely discourage that type of behavior for contractors who don't have that kind of a profit margin.
Let me ask one more question. I hate to be delaying this, but I think it's important. What about the lawn man that decides he's going to be a tree trimmer? And he comes out in hat racks and that all takes place. Do we deal with that in this ordinance? As it relates to finding them, their license, whatever?
That ties into a county ordinance regulating tree trimmers. Normally, if our code observes that, we forward it to the county for their enforcement to take place. But if they are abusing trees, that would fall under Fort Lauderdale jurisdiction as well. So it's kind of a two-tier process.
Excuse me, that would be the county's jurisdiction?
Correct. For
So
tree
our
trimmer
city
licenses.
ordinance doesn't have any meat in it as it relates to.
If I could finish, we do require that tree trimmers are properly licensed and insured to work in the city. We also do require that they follow arboricultural procedures. I forget where it is in code that it mentions that, but it is listed out specifically how to do proper structural pruning, etc. So that is in our code. That wasn't in there before.
But what happens to the guy that jumps up the tree, shows up the lawn man that's got a saw and starts sawing?
Typically, they're the ones that get the citation or the fines and or additional.
Okay, that's what I wanted to verify.
That's exactly what happens.
Thank you very much. I didn't mean to beat that to death. I just wanted to.
And depending on if I could finish one last thing, depending on if the property owner is also involved, that's something that code would determine who's the ultimate responsible party. It could be one or the other or both.
Okay.
As an example.
Okay.
Just, if I may add, typical, the Carland grant with urban design and planning, in terms of citations, the property owner is the one that gets the citation.
Yeah, that's
To
right.
add
I
to
forgot
what
about
Mark
that.
was saying, yes.
But when the county gets involved, they go after the tree
They
trimmers.
say, I didn't tell them to do it that way.
They call that treason.
So I just wanted to ask, and I'm going to be asking everybody this, so you can just say it when you speak if you want to. When you would like to see something strengthened in here, if you would just tell us what that is, like we said, specimen trees. So at the end, we can try to have a list of what needs to be, what we would need to add. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I didn't get, if you could just quickly tell us, you said there were things you'd like to see strengthened. Can you mention one? Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what the question was.
You said there were some things you'd like to see that would strengthened in this ordinance. Can you just mention what your top priority or two would be? Well, you said it too.
Hard of hearing.
Yeah. You did. You said it. I wrote that down. I thought he had said it too.
Okay.
His priority.
I guess the question was, what would I like to see improved? Is that what the question was?
It's not in here tonight. If you were to add something.
Well, there is a code enforcement crew that's supposed to be enforcing these ordinances, but it's hit or miss. I mean, you can't expect them to be on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In our case, this violation that I cited, the developer cut the trees on Sunday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. Is it rational to expect a code enforcement person to be on duty at 6 o'clock in the morning on Sunday? I don't think so. So I'm not sure that's the answer either. It's better to have one than not, but there's the ways around these ordinances that are not being addressed, and that's my concern here, that the developers that are cagey, who don't like following the rules and playing fairly, they get around, they sneak around, and they change the rules to suit their need. Meanwhile, we're left with what? A tree stump, right? A bunch of tree stumps. I'm sorry, I've lived here a long time, and I see how the game is played.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to see stronger penalties, dollar penalties for these contractors who, I'm not talking about sick trees or weak trees or hazard trees. I'm talking about healthy trees that are cut down because they're in the way. I want to see them get fined. How do you put a value on a 200-year oak tree? How do you put money value on that tree?
I think we're all in agreement.
I don't know how you do that.
I think we're all in agreement, sir, so let us, I think everybody.
Anyway, that's what I have
is
to
on
say.
the same
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But we want to do the maximum as well.
I have a question. Okay, I have a question for Mark. Mark, our arborist. I forgot your last name. Thanks.
Williams, thank you. Go ahead.
And it's me, Steve, over here. Hi. Regarding the penalties and the tree value, if I understand correctly, the multiplier you were talking about was $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 per tree, depending on subsequent offenses. So what I hear is that if we have an old specimen oak tree that after this ordinance will be valued at $150,000 or so, someone goes through the proper process, cuts it down, does whatever they do, and they donate $150,000.
That's only if they don't have enough room to plant all the required mitigation. That's usually the last resort.
But what I'm saying is, someone does it the right way, and they cost them $150,000. If they do it the wrong way, it's only an extra $1,000, $2,000, or $3,000, depending how many offenses. That's not very much of a difference. In other words, there's no incentive for someone to try it the right way. They can try and get away with it. If they don't get away with it, they're only going to have to pay a little bit more. Is that correct? Is that how it would work?
Not necessarily. It comes down to ultimately where the multipliers kick in. Is it a offense versus a true value? And it comes down to, I talked about this a little bit sooner earlier when I said if a tree is $150,000 value and they remove it illegally for whatever reason, it goes away without a permit. There's a multiplier that takes that number and comes up with a new number. That's how that works.
All right, my confusion when you said multiplier, I thought it meant the $1,000, $2,000, or $3,000 per tree.
Well, that's
fine.
in addition
That's
to
just a
the
fine.
equity, that's in addition to the equity
And
value.
that's a small amount compared to the value.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so
Not the
there's
same thing.
So there is a multiplier on the value of the tree also, right? If they do it the wrong way. Okay.
It's supposed to be.
That's what I needed to know. I was
Yes.
confused. Thanks.
Yes, the actual citation does not multiply.
Can you point that out? Where is that in the code that I'm looking at?
It should be under,
Could you give me a page number
we
in
can-
my
in
report?
just a second.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I haven't been through the whole thing either, of course.
I think the issue is we want to make sure that any of these fines that take place are the maximum allowable fines, not the minimum, but the maximum. Obviously, because we're mandated by the state.
Dwayne Spence, Assistant City Attorney. You'll find the tree and palm mitigation calculation requirements located on page 82 of the ordinance.
Did you get that, John? Page 82?
Yes, thank you.
You bet. Okay, can we move forward with the next speaker?
Good evening. My name's Charlie Lykoff. I live at 2110 Riverland
Sorry,
Road.
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, all right. Fort Lauderdale. I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale all my life. I've known some of you for years. I live in the community of Riverland. About 5 years ago, we came together and saved a 5-acre parcel from removal of 500 trees, and the city was persuaded or kind enough to buy the parcel and turn it into the Riverland Preserve Park on the east end of Riverland Road. I'm going to echo what most everybody else here has said already. I think the folks who are working on the tree ordinance, Mark and Calvin and Giordano and all the people, the stakeholders have done a pretty damn good job, honestly, putting this thing together. I think the concern that a lot of us have is the deterrence on the developers. We've seen what, hate to call them out, but Lennar's done on, I think, over in Riverside, what the guys have done over there in Edgewood, taking down those oak trees for those townhouses. It's just a crying shame, as Mark has said. There's got to be something done for these developers who really don't give a damn about our tree canopy in the city of Fort Lauderdale. I live where I live because of the tree canopy. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. I'm going to die in that house because of all the trees I have. I have about 7 specimen oaks on my property. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not cutting down any of those oak trees. I think my garage is going to lift because I won't cut down the oak tree that I have that's up against the house. We need to do something different, is I'm going to echo, and I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but we got to do something for these fly-by-night developers. Not even fly-by-night, but Lennar's the biggest developer in the country of single-family homes, and they feel they can do whatever they damn well please. And we got to stop that, okay? Got to. And that's it. I think I saved a minute and 20 seconds here.
Thanks, Charlie.
All righty, bye now.
Interesting.
Hey, Jackie, this is John again. Sorry. Dwayne, I looked at that page 82. That talks about the percentages of calculations, but the actual monetary number that they were talking about, that if you illegally remove a tree, that it's some calculated value of the tree times some delta. Where is that specific language? I saw something on 81, but it doesn't give me.
Page 85.
Yeah, Mark is about to explain it to us.
Yes, Mark Williams again, thank you. Sorry for the delay. It's under section J, 1A2. And this is where the multiplier comes in for the first time. Repeat offense within a 12-month period, $2,000 per tree, plus a monetary payment made to the tree canopy trust fund for twice the equivalent value of the tree or palm. That's for every subsequent violation. It's in there. Sorry for the delay.
Trust and verify.
Good one.
So it's interesting. Everybody, I think, is saying the same thing. The fines are so critical. Okay, next speaker.
Madam Chair, may I add something?
Absolutely.
To your
Please.
statement that you made, actually, which was, how do we coordinate with code enforcement better and that sort of thing? I think that one of the things that came out of the result of this effort With regards to the expenditure of funds for the Tree Canopy Trust Fund, you are allowed to have a certain percentage that you can use for auxiliary things, not just for tree planting. And the city does do that from time to time. And one of the things that's been discussed is to use that for an urban forestry master plan for the city, which I think my dear friend Gene Dempsey may have done a long time ago, but it really needs to be readdressed with the rapid growth that we're seeing. And this urban forestry master plan, Mark has done them, I have done them, specifically recently for the city of Miami Beach, which has a lot of challenges. What you do is you get all the department staff together, and they work out what their role is regarding trees. So the code enforcement people will then be part of the discussion of the intercoordination of the departments, so that when a tree is being illegally removed, there's a call that comes in, they're more equipped to handle it. I think the other thing is that when you look at a site plan when it comes in the development plan, again, the first thing that the developer is supposed to do, or the applicant, is to try to work around the trees, to build a project and try to save the trees. That's first goal. So we need to try to make sure that they're trying to do that first. And then if they can't do that, relocate the tree. And if they can't do that, pay the money or replace with new canopy tree, new trees on the site. So that first step is, I think, my own opinion. Now I'm putting my resident hat on, that I think that could be done. There could be more emphasis on trying to get the developers to work around a tree. It's easy to move on paper to move a building around or site it so that the tree can be saved. And I just don't think that part of it is happening enough. That's just my opinion.
But you have that in your ordinance.
I have a question for you on your comment, please. Did you say that we should create a department, or what were you saying about
No, as
all the
part of
staff
the
getting together and everybody agree?
as part of the urban forestry master plan project,
We have that currently.
if we undertake an update or a new one, then step one is getting all the departments that are involved with trees together, and so that you improve the coordination between the departments. So engineering and public works knows what DSD staff is doing. Code enforcement and police officers are aware of what's happening. All those kinds of communication things that may not be happening as well as we like now could be improved.
Is it possible for that to go into the ordinance, that the city must update, renew, whatever terms you want to use, that master plan?
Yes, that's
When's the last time we did that?
That's what we're proposing in this ordinance.
Okay, and for how often would we revisit that master plan?
Typically, it's done every 5 years.
And when's the last time the city did that?
I'm not sure, but I believe it's 8 or 10 years at least.
I can answer that. Unfortunately, we don't have a formal urban forestry master plan in place yet.
Wow.
We have internal guiding documents that cover a lot of different things, but we never actually went through the formal master planning process.
So that'll be something that is in this ordinance that will occur.
There were some changes to the use of the tree trust fund monies to allow for that to occur, absolutely. It's a critical guiding document, like most master plans are. This one would have a tremendous amount of feedback and engagement with multiple groups, similar to what we've gone through with the ordinance, but on a much more detailed level, both internal and external. It kind of serves as a bellwether of strengths and weaknesses, if
And
you
if,
will.
and if we pass this, if we move this ordinance forward, how quickly would that be something that the city would begin?
Well, I'd like to start it as soon as possible. Obviously, there's a process to get approval for spending funds, and in this case, the funds are tied to the ordinance in terms of the changes to the tree trust fund, allowing us to use them for that purpose.
It allows you to use it for that purpose, but does
Correct.
it say you have to use it for that? In other words, is this required?
It's an allowance. It's not an absolute that
forest
says
master
you
plan?
must do this. That's
So
the
is there a way to, well, never mind, when we get to the motions, I'll.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Next speaker. Now, you've already spoken, I apologize.
Since we started this, the people coming trimming our trees are aware of this ordinance, and they've stopped hat racking them, they've stopped chopping them up. So it's already started to work out in our
Thank you.
neighborhood. So I think it's very important that we keep moving forward. That's all.
You got it. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Doug Coleman, but I have to be sworn in because I arrived late. And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, could I address our
Excuse me?
lawsuit?
If you have to be sworn in, can you look here?
Pardon?
Over
Over
here.
there, Sherry.
Okay.
City Attorney.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Could I say something about our loss of tree canopy based on the people that are here tonight before I start speaking?
Well, yeah, you have 3 minutes. I'll give you 4
Well,
minutes.
I wanted to respond to the audience. One of the reasons we're losing so many trees recently is the state of Florida changed the law and allowed a homeowner to get an arborist report or a landscape architect's report that said the tree was less than X percent, could cut it down without a permit. And what's happening out there? They're getting these reports, and we've tried to turn them in. And the homeowner doesn't even have to do anything, and the city can't do anything about it. If the homeowner gets this report, wherever he gets it, or makes it up himself, there's nothing the city can do right now after the fact. And that's the big change you're seeing, okay? Now with that, can I start over my 3 minutes, please? Well, first of all, good evening. The good news, it's still early. The ordinance that was before the P&Z board on March 30th, 21, was, to say the least, incomplete and needed extensive modifications. Fortunately, it was tabled by this group to have these issues reviewed. The ordinance today of 11.5 is vastly improved, especially the definition section and some of the technical sections, and certainly thanks to Tammy, Mike, Glenn, the people that worked on it. I think it's important to realize those 3 meetings that we had, May 17th, 25th, and June 3rd, were over a 2-week span. Most of those improvements were made during that time. 2 weeks of setting down professional is why what you see today is in the ordinance. However, it's not much different than the March 30th draft as it's incomplete and needs to be reviewed, and more discussions to occur among private, public landscape architects and city staff. The progress that was made is excellent. What happened was a 4.5 month or 6 month, depending on how you want to look at it, hiatus where there was not that interplay. And there were, I heard the city attorney say there were 30 different areas where they, by the staff, was to be removed and fixed. We wanted that changed. We didn't want the department making all the decisions. Part of the problem is those 30 things that happened in that time frame, since the June 25th came out, we changed for the first time. So, yes, we all could or should have proceeded or done things
Could you
differently.
please speak in the mic?
But
It's
we're
very
here
difficult to
today
hear.
with a document
Louder,
that is
please.
nowhere close to what we set it out to be. We have only begun to assess all the changes, revisions, modifications within our advisory group. Our edits are only 30 to 35% complete at best. We provided just a very short list of issues to give you a feel of what still needs to be reviewed. We would like to have at least 2 more weeks to internally, among the advisory group, to complete our review and reach consensus amongst even our own group. We don't all agree exactly what it should say. It's not easy. Before we meet with staff, we're just asking for 2 weeks. Therefore, we request you defer this item again. We have waited this long. Why not get it right?
Thank you.
Doug, could you tell us about this advisory group, who's on it, and what their qualifications are?
And who they represent?
Could you repeat that, please?
Who's on your advisory group?
And what are their qualifications?
Well,
Interests.
by the way, is John Harris on the call tonight? John Harris is an arborist. I can't speak. John, are you on tonight? I know he's very busy these days. He's been an arborist for 30 or 40 years. He's almost a PhD if you can have one in an arborist. I know that. Emily O'Malley is a fellow in the American Landscape Architects. She's in Nashville right now because she's taken over the presidency of the American Society of Landscape Architects, which has over 20,000 members. Fred Stresso, I think you probably all know, I don't know how many years he spent on the P&Z board and various boards. He's also a fellow in the professional landscape architecture. Myself have got over 50 years of experience and a fellow. Natalia Bronco is a person that I've worked with for over 20 years, and what's so great about her, she's day-to-day practicing. She has to live with this code. Who did I forget? Oh, Alex Finnick. He is now the president of the Society of American Landscape Architects in Florida. So he's extremely busy. So we have 7 people that were involved in working pro bono or volunteer. And people would ask me, well, why are you doing that? I'm a landscape architect and I have an obligation to the profession and the environment to do these types of things. That's why I'm so passionate about it. That's why these people are passionate. I ride my bike through the neighborhood, and I don't know how many times I call code enforcement, whether it's the barrier, someone cut down the tree last night. I think we definitely need a new ordinance. There's no doubt about that. And I think the changes in the trust fund are going to be very helpful, especially the master plan. I got a little problem with another thing you put in there, but we'll work through that.
Thank
So
you very much.
I don't know who did I miss, Fred?
Yeah. Do you have any more questions, Mary?
So it's more of, I guess it is a question. So you said if you had a couple more weeks to review the balance of what you haven't been able to as your group, and you guys were meeting robustly with the city and their
We would
advisors.
like to again. We haven't.
But
since,
I mean, we're not talking 6 months.
well, let me tell you something. If you give us 2 weeks, we did it before in 2 weeks. I'm sure we can do it in even less. The question becomes, after that, what happens?
Right.
Okay? But I think there's a lot of little things that we could clean up fairly easy. But there are some things in this code. I'm not even saying they're technically wrong, but there are some what we think are technically wrong, professional things that even amongst the 7 of us, we have to generally agree. I mean, one says this, one says that. A minor example. I happen to have a putting green in my backyard.
You what?
Yeah, I have a putting green in my backyard, artificial. It doesn't have 1.75 inches of grass, which you're requiring. Well, how can I have a putting green if you require that? That's not earth-shaking, but how does that work? Secondly, you're requiring a putting green to have a border around it.
Please speak in the mic. We need the record clear.
You know what?
We ask that you speak into the microphone so that
I've got to get closer to this thing?
Yes, please.
Stay close to
We
it.
gotta,
Okay. So there are things like that. That's not a serious, but why are they shouldn't be in there? And if we sit down and talk, I'm sure within a couple of 4-hour meetings or 3, we can solve 90% of the minor stuff. And there may be some things that we can't reach agreement on that have to go in front of the city commission.
thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other speakers in the audience that would like to speak? Please come up.
No, I want him to put it up.
Good evening. My name is Fred Stressaw. Address is new. It's 1004 Southeast 7th Street. The question was asked tonight about what portion of the draft we might recommend be strengthened. Go ahead and put it up. It's up. shrink it so we? The case has been made last week by the consultant and by the city staff that our advisory group had at least 4 months to review the current draft, and that's not necessarily true. We received the draft about 10 days ago, and between our last Zoom meeting and when we got this draft, I'll be honest with you, I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it because the city was going to submit it to the county. They were going to submit it to the city attorney. And why would you go through the heartache of reviewing something if you knew it was going to be reviewed by two other people or the county? So I didn't look at it. And when we were given it, there was only 5 actual working days, business days, because it included Memorial Day, for our group to even look at the ordinance. The current draft has got 870 changes. I would say 99% of them don't mean anything, but they changed the page numbers. So if you want to refer to something, the page numbers aren't the same. And that is the real honest assessment of what was there. I looked at number 2. There is a section that has been changed from our original code that said the plan package had to be prepared by landscape architects. The code now says landscape designers are included in being able to prepare plans. I'm not aware that they can sign the plans, which is required by the current building code. And so that is, in my opinion, a problem. Number 2, 50%, or number 3, 50% of all the plants should be native to Florida. I think everybody in here probably knows my dad's book on Florida, My Eden, and it has 300 plants in it that are part of our Florida palette. I would say probably less than 15 or 20% of those trees, or the shrubs, trees, and ground covers are natives. And I think this ordinance, because of the limitation of the 50%, is taking away our design ability to do what I would consider the proper job. Go to number 5, the spacing between trees of similar sizes. Michael is entirely right. That is a new section. And whether it's 25 feet or 30 feet of separation between canopy or shade trees, I think is what the code needed. There is not a section in there that requires a spacing between large trees, medium trees, and small trees or palms. Our group submitted to the city a year and a half ago the City of Orlando sketch that shows, in addition to spacing between like trees, spacing between trees of different sizes. And that is absolutely important, or you end up with a mess like the new development across from Home Depot up on 7th Avenue, where they've got dozens of trees planted and they're 3 and 5 feet away. They can't possibly mature into what we would think the new ordinance is going to require. Number 6. I don't know how I'm doing on time. I'm running out.
I'm giving you more time, Fred.
Number 6, I came in here tonight loaded for bear, I think, because number 6 has to do with the soil requirements for
1 more minute.
individual trees. And the soil requirements are outrageous as far as the quantity is concerned, and it's based on the depth of the soil, and there's nothing in the code that says if I want to put the soil 6 feet deep, which is where the roots will never go, I can cut the area down. So I solicited this, and I don't want to read it. I think each of you can look at it. but it is from a soils consultant, and he is addressing, Jay, if you can hand this out.
Fred, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, okay, that's
That's
fine.
it.
He is addressing the use of what they call structural soil, and it pervades all of the downtown area and all of the new developments where the developer is trying to create a landscape area that the roots will grow into. And the letter that's in front of you, I think, calls out the fact that that material is not soil and it inhibits the growth of the plant. It's a travesty, and the problem is that nobody's going to know about it until the next 10 years. When the roots reach those areas, they won't grow into it. So I think what Doug has suggested is there's many other fine areas to fine tune that, given a little bit more time, I think that we could make it the best ordinance around.
Thank you very much.
May I address some of this?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. First of all, the advisory group Doug Kuhlman himself said that the majority of the changes and the compromises and the issues that we resolved, the 30 items we started with, occurred in the 3-4 hour each meetings that we had. At the end of that, I spent time drafting every page of that ordinance, every word, and we sent that to the entire group. That's when the significant changes occurred. No comments on it at that time from the group. Okay, so we moved forward. Broward County City Attorney. City Attorney reviewed it, gave us a set of comments. We revised the ordinance to address his comments on the first round, sent it to the group again on October 15th. Then subsequently, there were some additional final changes that were made, and we sent the ordinance out to them when we sent it in your agenda packets. So they've had time to review the significant changes and improvements to the ordinance, but not every little detail word that worked out at the end. If we spend more time dealing with the advocacy group, like I said, we're never going to have an ordinance that everybody agrees with. We're going to have to start the process all over again. Redraft the ordinance, send it to the county, send it to the attorney, and we're back here in 3 or 4 months if we're lucky.
I have a question
Yeah.
for, I guess, Shari and Dwayne. If we move this forward to the city commission, there'll be a length of time of what, 4 to 6 weeks at least before it gets to them?
Well, go ahead.
It's about 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, so in that 6 to 8 week period, people could meet with staff, make some additional changes or suggestions?
So,
I mean, go
so
ahead.
the background of the back and forth between these groups have also involved the commission and the city manager's office, who are very familiar with the discrepancies between the changes between staff, the working group, and the various iterations back and forth, to the point that my review was limited by my boss to a finished product that they should get to me, because substantial amount of time between 2019 and now has been done reviewing different iterations of this draft. So I say that to say that they're aware of the issues. The working group has been communicating with the commission, and these items can be addressed, as you stated, between now and then. Matter of fact, I think a lot of these issues are things that they are aware of.
Thank you. And I don't think that, with all respect to the working group, I think that we also have extremely knowledgeable professionals with lots of experience that worked on this as well. So I don't think that one group has particularly a bigger role in this than the other. And I respect the amount of time that the working group has spent on it. My biggest fear is that we continue to delay this and that working group doesn't agree, and then they finally agree. Then staff says, well, no, you can't do it that way, and we keep going around in this circle. It becomes crazy, in my opinion. So,
Chair.
Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have so much respect for both the advisory group and for staff, and all the work that everybody's put into this. But the advisory group did bring to our attention some issues just now. There were two that struck me as, of interest that I'd like to hear from you on. The first being the spacing between the size of the trees, and then the second being the rocks that were passed around as suitable for tree growth. Could you speak to those?
Yes. The section of the code that deals with the tree spacing is new language, and the group felt strongly that it was very important to have it in there. And while we went through several different versions of language, what was in the ordinance now is what the group as a whole agreed to be in there.
So do you not think that there needs to be more detail with respect to the size of the tree and its spacing to trees of different sizes? Do you think it needs to account for that, or you think it suffices to not have that information?
I don't really see the benefit in it. I mean, it addresses how far apart large trees should be, medium-sized trees, small trees. So, and I don't see there being an issue with a small tree and a large tree being next to each other, because you have the spacing inherent between, for the size of that tree.
Okay. And then on the second item with the rocks?
Structural soils. Again, I mentioned that the modular suspended pavement systems versus structural soils. So the current research that's been out there, looking at both structural soils and the modified suspended pavement systems, is that trees growing with the modular suspended pavement system grow much faster, they're much healthier. This research has been done in the field by Bartlett tree experts and others. Right now, the ordinance addresses like cutouts in sidewalks or in plaza areas. And then if the cutout doesn't provide enough soil volume, then they can make that up by using the structural soil. What we did as a group is we discussed this at length, and there was a portion of the group that wanted to do away with allowing the structural soils at all and just go with the modular suspended pavement systems, because that's what we know works best. And if the idea is to have a healthy urban forest with good large oak trees in a sustainable urban forest, then that's what we should be doing. So there was a group in that camp. And then there was another group that said, well, we need to keep structural soils in there. So what we did is we said, the developer, if you cannot provide, the first thing they should do is provide enough space for the tree to grow naturally. That's what we all want. If they can't do that, then you need to look at the modular suspended pavement systems. And then if you have certain circumstances where for some reason that might not work because of utilities or high water table, then you could go to the structural soils as a last resort. And that's the way we've laid it out.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair? Could I piggyback on Jay's question and ask a couple?
Speak in the microphone.
Yes, thank you. I'm mindful of the concept of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, and I think that's kind of what we're talking about here. But I think there are some little things that kind of add up, and some of them were things that Jay was pointing out. I had a question about something that I thought was just micromanaging, and that's problematic for me in something that is otherwise very important to tree canopy and maintaining that. But I'm also mindful of property rights, and I want to make sure that things aren't too micromanaging. And I look at the section that deals with synthetic turf and the idea that it would be mandated that it would be no more, I think it was, than 60% of the cover. I think that's what, do I understand that correctly? That would be the regulation, that even
Right.
synthetic turf couldn't cover more?
Right.
In the same way that real turf couldn't, and the idea being that real turf, you don't want to, waste the water, so we'll limit the real. Why on earth would we compare synthetic turf if we're worried about water consumption?
Well, because I think that the idea is that you have synthetic turf and you use it as an aesthetic element of your, say, your front yard. So instead of it just being all synthetic turf from the street all the way to your house, you have some planting areas and planting beds and shrubs and ground covers and trees that are in the perimeter of that area so that it looks like a grass lawn, and you have the same kind of restrictions on the allowable amount that you can use.
So you want to control what people's lawn looks like?
In a way, yes. I mean, again, one of the comments was about the 50% natives. Florida friendly, this is part of the Florida friendly principles, and the state and all the water management districts are requiring the cities to conserve water, and one of those ways is to limit the amount of turf. So if you're going to do that for the natural stuff, you do it for the artificial stuff too, so that it still looks the same as the character of the neighborhood. The 50% natives things is not something we changed. It's been in the ordinance for a while. So that's been there. So we're not increasing it, we're not changing it. Almost every ordinance in the South Florida has that requirement. In fact, a lot of them are higher, 60, 70%, which then becomes really challenging as a landscape architect to design that. But 50% is pretty normal. The other thing that was mentioned was the Florida designers can prepare the tree permit or the packets. Unfortunately, our licensing law does allow landscape designers to prepare plans in some cases, so we have to follow the Florida statute, and that's why the language says Florida designer or landscape architect. In most cases, for the larger developments, the Florida statute says it has to be a landscape architect. It's only for residential, single family and those kinds of things. So we're not really as concerned about that.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak?
They have speakers online too, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Tricia.
Yes, we have several people signed up to speak online. The first one is Trudy Germanovich. You should be able to unmute herself now.
Hi, my name is Trudy Germanovich, and I live at 1220 Southwest 13th Circle, and it's in Citrus Isles, which is also in River Oaks. I want to bring up something that I think you can use to make whatever you're trying to do much stronger, and that's the issue of fighting climate change by protecting the trees that you already have. And that means the old growth trees in particular. And I did find online that there's been a lot of recent research about how much more it will cost to try to plant these trees to mitigate climate change. And I know the city is looking into that as well. So try to merge those two plans so that you may be able to get more money out of the federal government, especially now, to maybe do some of these things, like maybe purchase some land that presently wants to be developed by the owners, but there are a lot of, like right on Davie Boulevard, there's an old growth forest essentially that we're probably going to lose most of when it gets developed. So I'd just like you to look at those kinds of things and try to also include climate change in this proposal. So we're looking proactively. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Trish, do we have anyone else to speak?
Okay, we have our next speaker is Scott Davis. Scott should be able to unmute himself.
Go ahead, Scott.
He is not unmuting himself. We can go to the next speaker who signed up, who is Jane Kish. Jane should be able to unmute.
Hello?
Hello, Jane, go ahead, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm Jane Kish. I live at 2445 Southwest 18th Terrace. I'm in the River Oaks Association. And
she's gone.
Go ahead.
Oops, she just got muted. Hold on one second. Jane, could you unmute yourself?
okay, I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, go ahead.
Okay, so my big fear is that this is going to continue for a very long time with no action. And I would like to see some sort of action, you know, at least by the end of the year. The guy who talked about the 2 weeks, I would be okay with, you know, working on it for another 2 weeks. I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of interest in this. I would love to save the trees. I know that the board members have seen trees being lost. You know what it's costing us in inaction. And so we really need to make some sort of movement on this. And that's what I would like to see. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Anyone else, Trish?
Okay, we'll go back. Yes, let's go back to Scott Davis.
Okay.
I think he's back. Scott, are you there? Maybe not.
I see his name up.
So we'll move on to the next speaker, who's Shauna Boughton. And Shauna should be able to unmute herself now. Shauna, are you there? I'm not getting her to unmute herself at the moment. And that is all we have signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other person in the audience, in the public would like to speak on this? Nope. Okay, let's close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Mary?
Okay. I sense so much frustration in this room between so many different people, and yet I think our goals are all the same. I really believe all of us are committed to preserving and enhancing our tree canopy. And I appreciate that the city attorney and the city manager had you review the last draft, Dwayne, but I would like to say I have like 5 points I'd like to bring up and ask how we can incorporate these and move some of these ideas that we've heard tonight forward. First of all, on the specimen trees, my question is, do we have okay, forget all the punitive things because we can see that's not working too well. What incentives do we have to protect specimen trees?
I'm sorry, I thought you were going to go through all 5 of your items.
Oh, no, I thought I'd better break them up for you.
The incentives, the incentives are what we've already talked about, and that is increasing the equivalent replacement and the equivalent value. Developing an urban forestry master plan, which we further improve enforcement and coordination between departments. If there are ideas that were discussed at the advisory group level was some cities have tree credits. They have programs where they give tree credits to developers for doing certain things. The directive was that would entail a whole nother round of stakeholders and other groups that would have to be involved in order to properly vet that kind of tree credit type of program for the city, because it involves developers and those kinds of things. So we did not try to address that in the time frame that we had.
Okay.
Mary,
So I'm just going to...
Can I say something to address that?
Yes.
On that same subject? Would it be possible to have in here, if a developer wants to save a tree, that we could do something to mitigate or limit his setbacks? In other words, to
Yes, that is
setbacks in order to preserve that tree?
right. So then that gets into all of your land development regulations that
So we can-
regulate your site plans.
Okay, so maybe that's something we can look at in the future?
Well, and we can, but I'm just going to say one thing about that, because in the last couple meetings, we've had plans where we were going to bring things back to us to talk about at a later time, and they never did. And then we've had cases come before us that would have maybe been different if we had done those things. So as long as we are all in agreement that we're actually going to bring this back within 2 or 3 months to do some of this, that's one thing. But to just lose it, I really have to tell you, I hope one of my things when we get this motion is that we create a system of incentives for preserving specimen trees. The next thing I'm going to go to is the urban forestry master plan. I'd like language strong enough in this ordinance to require an urban forestry master plan, not just suggest that we could apply for the money for one or use the money for one. I will, let me see, I have 5 points here. Okay, on the spacing issue, I've listened to all of the conversation. I don't even know what's right, except that there should be enough space for a tree to grow. We don't want to plant the trees so close together that we're defeating the very thing that we're trying to do, which is to enhance our tree canopy. On the fourth, I know we did the urban master plan. Explore grants to protect, and somebody just came up with this, it was talking a minute ago, maybe it was Sherry or someone, but I just think we look at exploring grants to actually preserve our old growth forests. And, Trudy, if you're still on, Trudy, great idea. And that there are many things that we could be doing, maybe you're already doing that, but that we roll that into the urban forestry master plan that we're going to be ending up with, hopefully mandate it by the end of the evening. So I think I have one more, but I would like to see this move forward with specific recommendations from us. Is that possible, Dwayne, that we can try to have these things incorporated in this ordinance? Yes. Or do we have to specifically change that verbiage tonight?
No, I think your recommendations and directive is sufficient enough for us to provide. I think it's sufficient direction, with the exception of the spacing issue. I don't know if that's definite enough. I think both parties understand the issue with the spacing. I don't know if they'll come to an agreement with the number, and I don't know if that's something that the board would be able to come up with either. But we can attempt to address it between now and the city commission.
Okay, and just something I noted, when people don't drive well, we make them go to some kind of a driver's ed course. But I just feel like we ought to have, and this could be part of our urban forestry master plan, we should have just citywide education about trees and how important they are, and the issue of climate change and what's going to be happening to us in the future. I'm still a little uncertain about this soil rock situation here. And the last thing I want to say is I'm going to wait to listen to everybody else. If we were talking 1 month on deferring to make this perfect, that would be fine. If we're talking more than that, I probably would not be agreeable. Thank you.
I mean,
Jay?
I don't know. For me, I realize that, the advisory group doesn't feel like it's had the opportunity to have as much back and forth as it would like, but it is promising that, the items that they've brought up, at least when posed to the consultant, are things that he's thought through, that they've, they've still, with the rocks, for example, that's the line of last resort, and then that's how that's structured here. I feel much better than I did last time, and that's it.
If you bring back on a date certain of December, whatever the next meeting is, it's not on that December 16th. It makes these guys go into the back room and first finish their review of what they haven't, because there may be obviously something more, but then you go into the back room, you start making sausage, and they all come here on December, is it 16th, I think? Is that the next meeting? And this board can vote on it.
Thank you. Anybody else with comments?
I agree with Mike.
Yes, Chair Scott,
Yes, yes, John?
I'll defer to Bill there. Just get back to me when Bill's done.
Okay.
I was just going to say, after all I've heard, it would seem that for all the effort that's been expended, if they can get something done, I mean, Doug is asking for 2 more weeks, and I know Doug is, all the responses we've had, as I look at it, there's kind of 2 sides to this. All the responses we have are coming from him, and Doug has raised his hand a couple of times to be able to comment on what's been commented on, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if he had the opportunity to, a little back and forth from, representing both sides. But I agree with Mike that if we could give them another 30 days, try to get this ironed out, bring it to the next meeting. It sounds like all they're asking for is 2 more weeks, and since it sounds like they feel they're pretty close to getting things ironed out to the point that everybody's comfortable. I think everybody's in agreement that it's never going to be perfect. I think we're all in agreement with that. But you've got this far, 1 more month to try to get it done, and I agree with everybody that we don't want it to be 6 months, 3 months, or otherwise. I think what they're saying is they think they can get it nailed down in less than that.
John Bronco?
Hey, this is John Bronco. While I appreciate Doug and the whole group and their expertise, I went through this document and I looked at it from the perspective of somebody who works on developments and as an architect, and some of the things that I've experienced in my life looking at codes. And I just have some suggestions. And Mary's famous for doing this, and I feel like I'm following in her footsteps, but I've got a bunch of notes throughout here that would take some time to go through, and I think they're good suggestions. Some of them may not be, might be a matter of opinion, but I like to go through those.
Please do.
So on page 4, they have a bunch of documents that are being referenced and adopted by this code. So there's several references here, and then throughout the code, you'll see those same references come back to this point. What I find when I write documents, if I repeat information, it's bound to catch up with me sooner or later. So what I like to do is just say, per the adopted code, rather than saying the specific code and the addition, because additions change, and you may decide to adopt a new addition. That way you're not revising the entire code. Just a suggestion. On page 9, I would like to see the definition of grass versus grasses. I think the landscape architects know what grasses are. I know what grasses are, but it doesn't really talk about grasses, and I'd like to see that in the definitions. In hardscape, it goes to define examples of hardscape: patios, driveways, pool decks, sidewalks, boardwalks. Completely agree with all those. Then it says arbors and pergolas. I don't think those are hardscapes. Those are overhead structures. Those are similar to an eave on a house or a balcony that overhangs in a landscape area. Overhead obstructions, I don't think are considered hardscape. I think those should be out of there. On the definition of interior parking, parking space is not contiguous to, not directly abutting a perimeter. A perimeter of what? I assume a perimeter of a parking area. I think that could clarify that, because I was thinking the perimeter of the site, the perimeter of what? The landscape and tree document packet on page 11, it says this packet may be required. Is it required or isn't it? If we're going to require a landscape packet, we should be consistent, not leave it to the discretion of staff to say whether it is or isn't required. So it says this packet may be required at the time of permitting, especially if specimen or desirable trees or palms are present on the site, and may include, and then it has a whole list of things, and then it refers to CAD drawings. I've never had to submit CAD drawings to a municipality for review. I think this is overreaching. It talks about CAD layers. I don't think anybody read this section. It also talks about soils analysis, which is new to me, and you'll see comments later on about soils analysis, that you have to have a soils analysis done for the property to be sure that whatever soil you're amending has the same pH and you're not affecting the pH of the existing soils. So that's a new one. On the same page, number 43, talks about low impact site design practices, an ecologically based stormwater management approach favoring soft engineering. I'm not sure what soft engineering is. It just seemed kind of, I don't know, soft. It's exactly what it is. I'm not sure what it means, so that's why I'm questioning it. I circled that. Maybe it's passive engineering. I don't know. There has to be a better explanation as to what that means. On page 12, nuisance tree. And this is, and I don't know if this is right. Dwayne Spence may be able to answer it, but it says any tree and palm. Shouldn't be any tree and or palm, dead tree and or stump. Ornamental plant on the next page, page 13, a plant incorporated into landscape for decorative purposes. Well, that's pretty much any tree I've ever planted. It just seemed too broad a statement. I'm not sure what that means. I could call anything an ornamental plant. Maybe that's a non-required plant or a non-shade tree, a non-required shade tree. I'm not sure how that could be better, but it should be beefed up or cleared up a little bit. I have a huge concern with something that keeps being talked about, structural soil. I'm just going to talk about it in general because I keep seeing it mentioned over and over again. My understanding is structural soil is it's a material that is patented and it's proprietary. And truth be told, there's nothing really fancy about it. It's aggregate and some clay and just natural materials. It's something you can specify. The problem is you can't just put it in the code and describe it as a composition because it's patented. And whenever I deal with government work, we always throw an or equal in there. Or equal is a big thing. So, having a patented material specified by a government entity is a little worrisome. I'd like for our legal staff to get back with us on that or address that in some way. If they feel comfortable with that definition, then, it's fine. They're the experts when it comes to that. It just seemed a little bit counterintuitive when I'm dealing with government agencies where I can't specify a specific air conditioning unit. It has to be or equal. It's more of a performance standard rather than the actual ingredients. Page 17. And I wrote a note on there, but somewhere on here it talks about distance from structures. I wrote a note here. I need to know what a structure means. Is that a structural wall of a building? Is it a dumpster? Is it a site wall? Is it a mailbox? There's a tree distance from structures. That has to be more specific because I could imagine talking to staff one day and they'll say, hey, that structure right there is too close to that tree. You got to move the structure, move the tree. And I just see where that could be misinterpreted if we're not more clear on what a structure entails. So maybe in the definition section, we can add what is a structure in the eyes of the landscape code. And also, as a related aside, what if, and Dwayne, this is another question about laws, your rights as a property owner and how your rights as a property owner are affected by an adjacent property owner. So if I have a neighbor who has a tree, I have every right to cut every branch off that tree on my side of the fence. If I feel that that tree, you know, I have the right. And it's been it's one of those things that in the code over and over again, I've seen it in Florida statutes, right? So how are we addressing that? Because I can imagine a developer coming in on an adjacent property and being denied his own development rights because of a tree next door, because the roots or the drip line are on his property. So I don't know how we address that or how we mention that, but I think it's something that will rear its ugly head, and it's something that I would rather not be surprised by or have anybody litigate. So I think we should just mention it. I love what you guys done with the fund. That was good. They're talking about FP&L conduit, sewer and water. So on page 20, at the bottom of the page, item I, landscape plan should consider the soil requirements for trees based on their size, maturity, and their distance from any adjacent paved hardscape areas and utility infrastructure. Larger soil volumes lead to greater tree size, better tree health, longer tree life, greater environmental benefits. And then it goes on to say where the required soil volumes at grade or separation from adjacent paved hardscape areas and utility infrastructure cannot be provided for trees, then the use of modular suspended pavement systems or subgrade soil mediums may be required as provided in the regulation herein. Somebody needs to explain to me how I can use that over an FP&L conduit or through an FP&L conduit. Are we talking about excavating FP&L conduits?
To address your most recent comment.
I'm sorry. And this is part of the craziness here is that I'm only one reviewer here, and I didn't even get halfway through this document. I'm on page 20. I got about 20 pages to go. I'm sure you guys went through this too and have as many, questions. I don't know how, we're dependent on an outside group to review this, which is great. Love leaning on guys, like Mike who know what they're doing. But I'm asking these questions because I got to use the same code. Before a landscape architect ever touches this stuff, architects have to lay out the site. And I need to be aware of all these things, and that's why I'm going through this in such detail. So I'm going to continue on.
John,
Yes.
could I just ask you a question? I'm just wondering, I mean,
Yes.
You've done a great job. So what I'm wondering is, we all have things that we would like to see folded into this before we move it along. Maybe not all of us, but many of us have mentioned things. Would it be possible for us, and I'm looking now just for an answer, to give you a list rather than read out each one of these out loud, submit a list, say within the next however many days, and then when you could bring it back to us in December with all of this responded to? Oh, sorry, I guess I wasn't speaking into my microphone. So I'm asking, is it possible for us to submit our lists to you and have you fold everything in and bring it back to us in December so we could hopefully have a lot of the smaller issues addressed? And an urban forestry master plan.
Quite honestly, no.
No,
And the reason being is that the group takes 2 weeks to get us their comments. Then we have to meet and discuss them all over again, put those agreed changes back into the document, send it to Dwayne again to have him review it, send it to the department head, send it to Broward County, and then we can bring it back to you. That
Okay, but
never
what I'm
happened
asking
by
you
December
is
15th.
what I'm asking is something a little different. John's got a long list of things here, which we could sit here and do one by one tonight, or he could submit his list to you, and you could address those things by the next meeting, in addition to like the 5 points I have, and we have other members. I don't know what points they might have. I'm just trying to think of an orderly way to do this so we don't lose anything, and by the time it goes to the commission, it has it all folded in. So I was really speaking about the list that might be coming from me and the list that might be coming from John Bronco and Mike and whoever else is on here. So you don't think that's a feasible?
No.
Okay.
And
I
one
mean,
of the things I think this isn't, I'm sorry.
Is it possible that we could move it forward with the list so that staff, along with yourself, before it gets to the commission, can make, I mean, a lot of these things sound like just clarifications, not huge changes. I haven't heard anything yet tonight. It would make me want to not move this ordinance forward.
And by the time we get this through the commission and we hear that they couldn't incorporate our things because they didn't have time to do them, we're going to be in the same spot that we are with all of the other things that we've sat here and moved forward in the hopes that it would be integrated. I mean, I'm just thinking a lot of what John's saying sounds like stuff that needs to be taken care of. I see what you're saying. It can be. I just would feel comfortable knowing that it is, as opposed to if I'm just very uncomfortable with some of the other things that we've moved forward under the same scenario. And then we get a real case in front of us, and something that we suggested that could have addressed that never got added in, and then we live with it. So
It's always going to be like that.
I'm hearing him say no, but I'm curious, is the no because of the time limit procedurally?
Yes.
So procedurally, if a month is not feasible, what is?
Well, the time frame that we've spent on it so far has been 6, 7, 8 months. Usually, when we work on ordinances for cities, 6 to 9 months is the norm to get it done. And we still have to go to first and second reading with the commission, and we have the holidays coming up. We also have the issue of our contract. Now you're asking us to spend more time, so we need to get an extra service to get more fees to pay for our time to go to this extra mile.
So
How do
is
we
this
get
like a rubber
corrections?
stamp? Like we were just going to rubber stamp this and have an opinion on? I don't know. I'm trying to.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How do we, when this goes to the city commission, is there 3 hearings they go through regarding this ordinance? Is there time for these corrections to be made during that process so that we don't delay it?
Assistant City Attorney Dwayne Spence. So your function now is as the local planning agency, and your recommendations are forwarded to the City Commission for their consideration for inclusion in the ordinance.
And that comes from the minutes, from the motion as well as the minutes of the meeting. Am I correct?
That's correct, but I think what you're recommending as far as condensing the recommendations together in a document that can be done as a separate exhibit to the commission CAM.
Okay. John Bronco, you want to continue? Mary, did you have another comment?
No, just let him go continue, and I'll support his changes.
Okay, go ahead, John.
He said he hasn't even had a chance to read the whole document. So, he may get you up to page.
Well, that's the other part about it. I'm trying to be productive tonight and trying to give them something because, we're going to go through the same thing and push the thing down the road and have them meet with the outside consultants. We, and Dwayne said it, we are the local planning agency, and we're the guys and ladies who are going to make the decision here to push this thing forward. So I have certain things that I want addressed in here. It's great that everybody else's things are addressed. I'm pretty much okay with a lot of what's in here. I'm just going through the things that I have a concern with. Whether or not you guys accept them or not, that's up to you. You could vote no on it. You could vote yes on it as is. I just want to get it out there and get it on record that here's the things that I've got so far, and there's more to come. And I wish there was a way we could pass this information along to the consultants without having to go through this whole public process. we're lobbied all the time by folks and they come to us and they say, well, this is what we're going to do. And we say, well, that doesn't sound good. I'd like to see this or that. So when you present it to us, hopefully there's something that addresses my concern. And most people, when they present to you, all those concerns would be addressed in the public hearing, and you don't have to talk about them at a public hearing because your concerns are done. It's over and done with. So when people lobby us, I don't know why the consultants can't, because we will be here all night if everybody has as many comments as I have. And we're all not going to agree on these comments. You might hear one of my comments and say, John, I don't agree with that at all. And staff may say, well, that's not legal. I don't know. But I think we all have to put it out there. And yeah, eventually we're all going to come to some sort of agreement on this thing, not on everything. But it's like we said, we're just going to do the best code we can and push it along. But I do have concerns that I need to put out there, and I would love to read the rest of this document. For the most part, it's a really solid document. I just want to tweak it because, it comes from us. We're the ones who are doing this, and I just want it to be a good document for all of us to work with in the future.
And we are the local planning agency, and we keep getting into this issue every time. And at some point, aren't we supposed to pass it on with our recommendations? I mean, isn't that why it comes to us?
We have been advised that it is desired for you all to pass this on to the city commission one way or another, whether it is a recommendation for approval or denial, along with your comments. That is a directive that we've been given, that is the desire.
And who gave you that directive?
Well, Chair, if I may, whatever the directive is, it sounds like everybody has a really strong opinion on this. So at this point, it might just make sense for someone to make a motion, because I feel like we're going in circles at this point.
Could we answer who gave that directive for us to pass it on to the city commission?
Yeah, I'd like to know that.
I think, Mary.
Yeah, I want to know who gave the directive.
No, I don't know who gave a direction, but I know that the city commission wants to get this thing going.
I know.
It wants to start
and
protecting trees.
We want to get it done.
But
At the expense, and I'm just going to say this again, at the expense of asking us, which we are being asked every month to get things to the city commission, to stop doing what we think is right and trying to pass along a correct piece of legislation, I don't think is right. We are the local planning agency. We have heard a lot of comments about things that need to be done. I personally want to see a strengthened thing, an incentive section on specimen trees. I want to see a requirement for an urban, and I'm listening to John and everything he said so far, I agree with him, and he's still got 57 pages to go through. So, okay, I'm prepared to stay. I'm going to stay here for the 57 pages. But I will tell you, I think it is wrong that we are given directives that we have to pass things along whether or not we think they're in proper form or not.
We don't really have to. We are the planning agency.
Well, does anyone have
It's
a
up
motion?
to the board.
I have a quick question for city council, or for the council there.
John, can you hold on a minute? Sherry, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to remind everyone what Mr. Spence said, that we can incorporate a document with all of your recommendations individually as an exhibit and push that to the city commission, as well as the city commissioners. Some of them listen to this meeting, so everything that's said here is for everyone to hear. So if you would like to make your recommendations individually, and we can attach that as an exhibit to the city commission, whether it's a recommendation for approval or denial. Our main concern is that at the next meeting, or whenever you choose to defer it to, it's another 100-page ordinance, and then somebody's likely going to say that they haven't had enough time to read that as well.
Totally.
And then another group of people are going to say that they haven't had enough time to review it, and they don't like the changes, and vice versa, and we'll be here 2 years from now. So that is mainly our concern. There are a significant amount of city resources being used on this ordinance, and we are kindly requesting that this be pushed on to the city commission.
Thanks, Sherry. Okay, John? John Bronco?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, thank you. I had a question for Dwayne or Sherry. As a planning and zoning board member, what kind of personal liability do I have?
Personal liability in what sense?
decisions here as the board. Can I be sued for a decision that is made as a planning and zoning board member? Am I liable for a decision that I make?
Decision you made making the function of a planning and zoning board member?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
He's not.
I've sat on other boards and maybe they're different, but on unsafe structures board, it was always explained to me that I am liable for the decisions I make personally. And if that's the case, I feel really weird about pushing things along and just, not getting heard, right? So, and I'm okay with passing it along in a written format. If you guys tell me that's okay, I'd like to write, my opinions on here and pass those along to commission and listen in and make it part of the public record so people can go back and say, well, at least John looked at it and, they made a different decision, but, John looked at this particular thing and pointed it out and they ignored it. So I wouldn't mind doing it that way as long as I'm on record.
Okay. John, do you want to keep going or are you finished?
No, I would love to pass this thing forward. I agree. I mean, I think everybody's heart is really in this thing. I want to see a revised landscape code. I'd like the preservation of trees. The intent of what we're talking about, I think, is great. I just think there are sections of the code that could be clearer. I think there are sections of the code that could be more definitive without, staff interpreting things. I think we have some dangerous sections of the code where we're specifying way too much. Somebody had brought up the artificial solder ordinance. Ethylene is a nasty material. It's not recyclable, and it adds to the heat island effect. So I think eventually when all these people change their lawns out and all our landfills are full of ethylene and they're off-gassing into the environment and they aren't, nothing can eat this stuff, we're going to be like, whoa, that was a great idea. We saved a lot of water, but our planet is poisoned. So I'm afraid to do things like that. So there's a lot of sections of this code where I think the intent was good, but we need to thin it down, man. Just get to the brass taxes. Tell me how many trees I need. Tell me how much ground cover I need, but don't design it for me. Don't tie the hands of the designers, because we're going to end up with a bunch of, to pardon the pun, McMansion landscapes, right? So I just want the palettes and the freedom of the designers to do wonderful things and not just have some, cookie cutter kind of design here. And that's, what I really want to see is something beautiful that helps with the heat island effect, that doesn't tie developers' hands, that's fair to everybody, and has teeth when people violate it. So I'm open to moving it forward as long as we can pass along all our comments in written form.
Okay, thanks, John. Mike Weymouth and then Jay.
So it sounds like we can add documentation to the ordinance that's in place. And if we can go to a time certain of December 16th for everybody to put forth their written statements to attach to the ordinance and then vote on that, hopefully we get it out. If it takes everybody 2 weeks to look at it and comment on it, by the time we get our package for the December 16th, we'll collectively be able to review it and move it along.
If that's a motion to defer, I'm seconding.
No, I'm not. That wasn't a motion. I think Jay wants to make a motion.
I'll just make a motion just because I think everybody's going to vote however they want to anyway. So I want to just get it started. So I'm going to move that we approve, that we move this forward for approval along with our individual comments that we would like to add to that.
Okay. Is there,
Okay. Is there a second to Jay's motion? No second? Okay.
Motion dies.
Motion dies.
I'll make a motion. I move that we defer this to time certain. I believe it's December 16th, the December Planning and Zoning Board meeting, at which time all submitted requests of modifications or considerations to the ordinance be attached to the ordinance for the city commission to consider.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
And Mike,
on
we're
the-
voting that night to attach the comments, correct?
Attach the comments to the ordinance to move along to the city.
And we'll vote on it that night with attached comments. Thank you.
Vote on it December 16th.
Madam Chair, a question just for clarification?
I'm sorry?
Question for clarification. So you mean that what we're voting on is whatever is submitted? We're not going through each person's comments and submissions?
I think we'll go through the comments, but it's going to get sent as it's, as John Bronco said, he may not come up with something that everybody says, and then collectively the group pairs out what's not accepted. Something will be moved on with backup.
And it gives us the opportunity in an organized way as a board to see what the comments of our board are. This is a critically important piece of legislation that we have been waiting for years. And I don't want it to seem like any of us is trying to delay it, because I know that I have also fought for trees. So I don't want this to seem that we are not. I just think this is such an important issue that we do a disservice to this city to just kind of let our position, just abdicate our responsibility because we're told we have to do it on a certain time and frame. And if that's the case, we should have been told that before we got here tonight. Sorry, Sherry.
I don't support any delay because I'm very concerned that this is going to go on and on and on. I think a better way to go would be to move it forward with the comments, as Dee Wayne said that we could do, to get this thing going.
That's
All
what the
these
motion
people
is.
here tonight.
That's the motion I
wanna
made.
move it.
Motion is.
I made that motion.
That motion died.
You didn't, well, I'm still speaking what I think. I just, I hope we don't delay this.
Okay.
Because then the consultant already specifically said it's impossible to get those comments. There's going to be more and more delay, because then those comments have to be incorporated. Then it's got to go back to the city attorney. I mean,
And we got this kind of resistance when we asked to get a consultant last spring. There was resistance about what we were doing. But I think it's worked out really well to get the consultant. I think we have a much better ordinance, and all we're asking is for another month to try to make sure that we have an organized way to pass this on to the city commission, which I believe is the responsible thing to do.
okay. Any more comments? Jay?
What's the difference if we pass it on now and give them our comments, than if we all just attach our comments in a month from now? What's the difference?
There's
I'm
a
not going to
difference.
sign off on
It'll
something that
be
I haven't
moved
seen.
forward. If we do that, then it will move forward versus more and more and more delay. And then you'll have
There's a huge difference between having a board send forward something collectively with the comments and having that we can all write a letter to the city commission or go speak the night it's heard about what we think. But there's a difference as a local planning agency to sending it forward with our comments as part of the record that we have all validated.
That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay, is there any more discussion on the motion? Mike, nothing? Okay, Tender, would you please call the roll?
John Barenko,
Yes.
Bill Rotella,
Yes.
Steve Gannon,
Yes.
Michael Weymouth,
Yes.
Jay Shetman,
Yes.
Sherry McCartney,
No.
Brad is absent, Mary Fertig,
Yes.
Jackie Scott.
No. Okay,
Motion passes.
passes. Okey dokey. Okay,
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Let's go. Okay, thank you all for coming and for all your comments.
See you next month.
We are now going to move on to item number 7. Okay, case number UDP T21
To defer.
010.
To December.
Amend the city Fort Lauderdale ULDR. This is pertaining to establishing affordable housing, amending the regulations. Is there someone from staff that wants to present?
Hello, good evening. Right here, Adam Schnell, Urban Design and Planning. One moment, I'm just going to pull up the presentation, and I'll start in a moment.
Okay, did you hear
Can
that?
I ask city staff a quick question on the previous item real quick? How are we supposed to provide our comments to the ordinance? Are they to be submitted to, who are they supposed to be submitted to and in what form?
It would be my recommendation that the board submits their comments to the Planning and Zoning Board liaison, and that it be included in the packet for consideration at the December meeting.
That's Ella.
I was going to say, can I assume that's Ella?
Yes.
Okay.
And can staff send us a PDF of the document so that we could just mark it up in a PDF so that my handwriting is legible? That'd
And
be
Ellen,
great.
can we set a deadline so that we have time to review everything that everybody, I mean, our deadline would be enough time for you to then put it in the packet?
2 weeks.
I don't know what that is. Does that give us 2 weeks or?
I think any less than 2 weeks, I mean, any more than 2 weeks will not give us enough time to get it in there. So if you could all give it to me within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, great, because like a lot of what John was saying, it is time, we'd have to go back and look.
Yeah.
Ella? Mike said, can you get it to them?
Can we make it December 3rd by close, that's a Friday.
Okay.
Close of business December 3rd, 5 PM?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, we done? We move on? Go ahead.
All right.
Affordable housing.
All right, I'll try to make this as expeditiously as possible so everyone can go home tonight. My name is Adam Schnell. I'm a planner for the Urban Design and Planning Division, and tonight I'm going to be providing you a presentation on affordable housing text amendments. Now, the intent of these regulations are to provide incentives to developers in order to construct affordable housing. More specifically, workforce housing, or housing that targets households with incomes between 60 and 120% of the median family income. Now, we've tried to take a citywide approach here, so our target really is the regional activity centers, primary corridors in the uptown urban village area. These are areas that permit higher density development, higher walkability, and access to multimodal transportation options. Now, HCD, or Housing and Community Development, already focuses on providing housing to families that make between 30 and 60% of the median family income. Now, the issue here is that traditionally, state and federal programs cut off funding for housing for families at 60% of the median family income. And as we're all aware, housing costs have increased significantly over the last 10 years, and wages have stayed pretty much stagnant. What this means is that there are a plethora of households within the municipality that do not have access to affordable housing. So the intent of these regulations is to focus on what we call the missing middle, or the portion of society that does not necessarily get assistance from federal and state programs. Now, I think it's very pertinent for us to go over a quick timeline, because this process has taken approximately 3 years to get today's presentation. This all started back in 2018, where the City Commission held a joint affordable housing workshop, where UDP was tasked with creating policy recommendations on affordable housing. And for the next year and a half, we worked with AHAC, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, as well as with HCD, or the Housing Community Development, in order to craft an inclusionary zoning policy. We then presented these findings to the City Commission. The problem is that the state came out with House Bill 7103 approximately 3 weeks after we got the go-ahead to move forward with the inclusionary zoning policies. And what this state regulation that was adopted stated was that if a municipality is going to be mandating that a developer set aside a certain percentage of units as affordable, that the municipality was responsible for offsetting all costs to the developer for that portion of the development that they were mandating set aside as affordable. Now, the issue here is that we do not have a mechanism to fully offset all costs to the developer. So we were then tasked by the City Commission to rewrite the regulations for an incentive-based policy. We have since then, in the last year and a half, rewritten the policies to be incentive-based, as well as incorporated one of the county's ongoing affordable housing initiatives to help support additional affordable housing development. We've also reached out to local stakeholders and incorporated their modifications to these regulations. And that kind of leads us up to where we are today. Also, at any point in time, if you guys have questions, feel free to kind of interrupt me, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have. All right. So over the last 3 years, we've held about 10 separate public meetings with the City Commission, with AHAC, as well as HCD, and the last presentation that was held was with the Planning and Zoning Board on May 19th of 2021. As stated earlier, we've also met with a plethora of stakeholders, such as the Downtown Development Authority, AHAC, the Fort Lauderdale Housing Authority, as well as the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. Now, today's presentation is going to focus on 4 main areas, or 4 incentives. The first one is the Northwest Rec Height Bonus. The secondary one is the South Rec Height Bonus. Then we're making minor modifications to the Uptown Urban Village. And lastly, we're going to be discussing the Affordable Housing Density Bonus, otherwise known as the Geller Amendment. Now, as stated earlier, the cost of living has increased significantly. Downtown in 2021, the average rental price was around $1,700 for a studio. For a 1-bedroom, it's around $2,100. For a 2-bedroom, it's about $3,100. And for a 3-bedroom, it's $3,700. Now, if you're living downtown, the cost is even higher. Now, around 55% of all rental households spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs and are considered cost-burdened. There's also something called the H&T Index, or the Housing Plus Transportation Costs, which states that a household should spend no more than 45% of their income on housing plus transportation. Here in the city of Fort Lauderdale, we're at 63%. Now, moreover, the average sale price has gone up significantly over the last year. In 2021, the average single-family home was about $628,000 over last year, which was around $518,000. Now, for all homes, the cost last year was around $356,000. We're at a staggering $423,000 for the average cost of a home in Fort Lauderdale. This is an increase of approximately 20% year over year. And over the last 5 years, there's been approximately an increase of 51%. Now, over the same time period, median family incomes have only increased about 1.59% annually. So you can see the discrepancy here. Now, this has led us to make modifications to some of our existing zoning regulations, such as the Northwest Rec Height Bonus. The intention here is to make these regulations easier to use for developers to provide additional affordable housing. So currently the regulations state that 10% of units have to be set aside in perpetuity. We're seeking to modify this so that 10% of units be set aside for a 30-year period. This is going to be in lockstep with the county-based policies as well as planning best practices. Now, the income levels would be set at 80% and 100% of the median family income, 5% at each of the median income levels. We're also seeking expedited review for applications that provide affordable housing. So currently, if you're going to seek additional height, it would require a site plan level 2 application with City Commission approval. We're seeking a site plan level 2 approval with City Commission call-up. This could potentially save applicants 2 to 3 months if an item is not called out. Now, to be in lockstep with the Northwest Rec Height Bonus, we're seeking to make some modifications to the South Rec height increase. So currently, developers can request additional height in the South Rec, but there are no set-aside requirements. So to be consistent with our height bonus programs, what we're trying to do is require a 10% set-aside requirement 5% of these units would be set at 80% of the MFI, and an additional 5% of units would be set at 100% of the median family income, and it would require a 30-year deed restriction. But we are seeking to change the review process from a site plan level 2 application with City Commission approval to site plan level 2 approval and City Commission call-up. Again, potentially saving 2 to 3 months. Now, in the Uptown Urban Village area, there's already a density bonus incentive, and we're not seeking to modify or change that incentive. We're only seeking to modify the deed restriction from a 15-year deed restriction to a 30-year deed restriction. Again, to be in lockstep with the rest of our policy, as well as the county's policies. Now, how the maximum income for rental units functions is using the Metropolitan Statistical Area median family income, which is derived from HUD on an annualized basis. Last year, the median family income for Broward County was $73,400. And what that means for a family of 4 at the 60% level is that their maximum income could be $52,000 a year. At the 120% level, it's $105,000 per year. And so let's just say in this hypothetical situation, they were going to be renting a 2-bedroom home at the 60% level. The maximum rent is approximately $1,000. At the 120% level, the maximum rent is approximately $2,000. Now for for sale units, we're using the same Metropolitan Statistical Area median family income. So let's just say at the 60% level, they're purchasing a home that had 2 bedrooms. The maximum sale price is $134,000. At the 120% level, it's approximately $300,000. We're also proposing a payment in lieu of affordable housing, and we're using the Broward County's payment in lieu of fee calculation, which uses the Florida Housing Finance Corporation's average cost of development. So it averages out the cost of a garden, mid-rise, and high-rise unit. This year, it was approximately $300,000. You divide that by 7, and you come out with about $42,000. And you multiply that $42,000 times all units within a development. In this particular instance, for an example, I used 100 units. So the payment in lieu of fee would be $4.2 million. Those monies would be deposited into the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund and later utilized to construct additional affordable housing. The last policy that we're going to discuss tonight is the Broward County Land Use Plan Amendment, PCT 20-4, otherwise known as the Geller Amendment. And what this does, it permits residential density in exchange for affordable housing in 2 specific areas. Properties with a commerce future land use that front state roads and county arterials, and regional activity centers. And how units are distributed, it's essentially is that the county is going to provide us units, and it does not detract from our regional activity pool units, nor does it detract from our residential flex pool units. These are a separate, I wouldn't say pool of units, but separate units that the county has provided the city as long as developers are going to provide additional affordable housing. And how density is going to be determined is based upon the income level, as well as the amount of affordable units that are provided within a development. So let's just say a developer is going to provide 1 moderate income unit set at the 120% of the median family income level. They would receive 6 bonus units or 6 market rate units. Now at the low income level, if they were going to provide 1 low income unit, they would get 9 market rate units. And at the very low income, or 50% of the median family income, for every 1 very low income, they get provided 19 market rate units. And one additional benefit here is that studio units under 500 square feet are counted as half a unit. And we've actually capped that at 50% of a development so that we're not over inundated with too many studios within the city. Now, the requirements in order to receive these density units is that 10% of the floor area must be commercial. Secondly, affordable housing units must not be smaller than 10% in the average size of the market rate units. And lastly, it requires a 30-year deed restriction. There also is a payment in lieu of option here, where it's the Broward County formula that we discussed earlier. and they use the Florida Housing Finance Corporation's average cost of development. So it's the same formula that we discussed before. But the difference here, if a developer is to use this policy and use the payment in lieu of, 50% of these funds are deposited into the county's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and 50% of those monies are deposited into the municipality's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And that's my presentation. I can open the floor for questions if anyone has any.
If you can go back to the last slide.
Sure.
So for the density on units, like 6 bonus units for 1 moderate income unit, and this is in the rack?
It would be the racks as well as lands with Commerce Future land use. So think of B1s, B2s, B3s, US 1 corridor.
So in reality, like downtown rack or rack CC, for example, has no density
Correct.
limit. So no one would really use this there. This would be.
They would use it there because they don't necessarily have to pull units from our rack pool. So they can directly utilize this policy instead of using our rack units.
Okay. So if there were a shortage of rack units, which there isn't currently, then they might use it.
There is a shortage currently of rack units.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah, there's only a few hundred left.
Oh. Okay. I didn't realize that.
And we would need a land use plan amendment in order to get additional units.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
This is John online. Could you go back to the northwest rack and the south rack and show me the distinction or the difference between the approval process?
Sure. I have the northwest rack up on my screen, and this is the same approval process for both the south rack and northwest rack. Currently,
So currently you have to do a level 2 and then you have to go to city commission, right?
correct.
So that the only distinction then is that I go to a level 2 for the bonus height, and then city commission would have the.
You're breaking up a little. Can you repeat that, please?
So in the currently, you could go to city commission and ask for the bonus height without having to do anything in the current code.
Yeah, the current code, you have to go to city commission in order to get the additional height, and we're proposing that it's a 30-day call-up process. So the city commission essentially cannot call they don't have to call the item up if they believe there's no issues with the application.
Is there any reason we have city commission call up and we just can't do it by right? I think this is great for bonus density as an incentive, because we've talked about this in the past in other districts where, you know, it'd be great if you could get bonus density. And I think it was like, oh, you'll get additional units, but it's 1 for 1. And in this case, you're getting additional height if you do 10% set aside, which there could be a break point where it starts to make sense. So I think it's a great incentive, but the city commission call up scares me, because the minute a neighborhood association hears, hey, they're going to allow 100 and whatever, you know, the added height, 150 feet, they're going to allow that, and it's affordable housing, they're going to come out in droves and lobby city commission, and we're not going to have anything ever approved. So as much as I like this, it just seems risky to have strings attached to it. Is there any chance we could get rid of the city commission call-up?
Everything is subject to call-up, isn't it?
Not necessarily. If we write it so that it does not require call-up. Ella, if you want to.
Just hate to see such a good thing.
If I could state, we do have other applications that have been approved through the city commission that provide additional height, such as 7 on 7th, as well as the Adderley, that have already gone through this process, that were not denied by the city commission. If anything, these buildings were supported by the community.
And I think that's an important distinction, John, and I think that's why we have built that process in there, is that if you have a really great project and it's designed in a way that meets some of the form-based standards that we also have in a lot of these areas, and you've got those additional units, that support is really there, it shouldn't be an issue, and we do hope that that really is a savings in terms of not having to be on an agenda of a good 2 or 3 months like the slide shows. And then again, I think that community input is important on most projects. And so that still offers that opportunity if something's a little bit askew. But for the most part, I think, we believe this is a good way, a good approach to have this zoning incentives built in.
I agree, but the two projects you mentioned, where were those located?
On 7th Avenue, and the corner of Sunrise, and then the other project was, I believe, on the corner of 7th and 6th Avenue. 6th Street, sorry, 7th Avenue and 6th Street. And
So all of those examples are near downtown. My concern with the Northwest rack and the South rack is they have a lot of lower buildings right now, lower densities, and it just seems, I don't know. And nothing's really happened. Like in the South rack and in the Northwest rack, nothing at that level has happened yet. I just want to kind of see it flourish and not tie people's hands. But if you guys think it'll work, it just isn't the same as the other properties you mentioned. Those are near downtown zoning districts. And here we're starting to move into more of a mixed lower scale district. I'm afraid you may have more pushback because there are people in single family homes in both of these districts.
It is still,
So
however,
I get it. I love the intent. Sorry.
I was just saying that, I think you're right that the character is a little bit different, but the intent of a regional activity center, and I know you and some others are interested in kind of further defining that vision for some of these areas in the future. And I think that's all part of that process. So this is just one element that hopefully helps along the way. But this isn't a single, family residential area. They are regional activity centers by their nature, and I think they have future opportunities. How we define those through good form-based regulations and additional efforts with community input as far as, gaining a better understanding of what's in those areas is, part of future steps.
This almost seems, John, this is Mary, it almost seems like just a check and balance system. I mean, I don't know how you take away the city commission's right to call something up. It just,
Well, there's plenty of examples of that in the code
I don't know.
where there's no call up option, but I'm okay with it. It's a good backstop. They do have to go to level 2, so they're still dealing with public meetings and DRC and neighborhood compatibility and everything else. I just have a concern that it could backfire. In other words, it'll go to city commission, and the commission, will hear the neighborhood association and, woe is me and not in my backyard. And they don't want affordable housing and a tall building. And I don't know. I get the whole backstop idea, but at the same time, if you're going to spend that much money to go through with something like this, hire professionals to develop this whole thing, and you get to city commission and they say no, that would be horrible. But I'm okay with it. I just wanted to, point that out, because in either case, potentially city commission could derail a project. I like the incentive of the added height, but it just doesn't seem like a good enough guarantee for the developer, if you know what I mean. So that's my 2 cents. I like it otherwise.
Do other 110-foot buildings that go through DRC, are they subject to city commission call-up currently?
Yes, and other buildings within the Northwest Rack and South Rack have a call-up process that they have to go through as well, even for lower heights.
Right.
So all developments in the Northwest Rack on these corridors for the MU and the South Rack SA zoning districts require city commission call-up. And
so we're consistent.
Correct.
So going back to what I was mentioning, you said we were running out of rack units, but we still have no shortage of flex units, correct?
We are currently also running out of residential flex units as well. We have a little over 2,000 units left of residential flex. We do have other affordable housing units we can distribute as well. But for market rate residential units within our flex pool, we are running out of those.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is with this density bonus in these racks, it's really, while we have flex units available, they're really only going to be used on projects where you're restricted, more restricted by code. For example, like rack RPO, you can only have 50 units per acre by code, but by future land use, there is no density limit. So that would be a rack where somebody might use that bonus, right? But like, why not just, but today people wouldn't use that if they could just get flex units and not need that bonus.
So the difference between the flex policy is the 10% floor area requirement, which would restrict a lot of developers at this current time. Is something that many people are trying to modify from the county policy. So there's an incentive to actually use our residential flex units first at this particular time, because it is somewhat less restrictive in certain regards. But once our residential flex units run out, there are no more. There are no more flex units. So we're going to need a policy to kind of step in its place to help us build additional affordable housing. And the county's base policy, let's just say, I'll just go to that slide, kind of fills that gap. It allows us to build additional affordable housing and still be in alignment with the state's regulatory requirements of House Bill 7103 by providing an incentive to a developer. If we don't, to be blunt, if we don't necessarily adopt this particular policy, it'd be very hard for us to have any additional affordable housing in the future without creating different financial mechanisms to offset costs to developers.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone, any member of the public want to?
Jackie, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh, the microphone. Hi. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this? Okay. I gotta get my head straightened out here.
Courtney
There's a
Crush
message
raised
on
her
it,
hand.
This says Courtney Crush raised hand.
Is there anybody on the
Catch, Mike.
virtually that would like to speak, Trish? I can't regulate this.
Trish?
Trish Logan, are you there?
Madam Chair, I believe I'm unmuted now. This is Courtney Crush.
Yes, Courtney, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also board, Courtney Crush, land use attorney. I would like to applaud city staff and the city for moving the affordable incentives forward. I do have a comment with respect to the South Rack. As someone who participated in the drafting of the ordinance at the time, which, as you know, straddles Andrews Avenue, because at the time the zoning was community business and the land use regional activity center or South Regional Activity Center. And the hope was that Andrews Avenue would share in some of the mixed use opportunities that the other racks enjoyed. The title zoning incentive, I believe, is inaccurate. Right now in the South Rack, one can apply for a mixed use community up to 110 feet. And then as a conditional use, come to this board to go up to 150 feet, which was the previously, which was consistent with the prior zoning of community business. What this ordinance seems to do is to impose a 10% affordable housing set aside on top of the other criteria associated with those, the conditional use request. So this one zoning district, again, while the others seem to benefit, whether it's density or height or a lesser deed restriction, the South Rack, which unfortunately has not, even with the new code or newish code, enjoyed a lot of redevelopment opportunities. This is now imposing upon it the requirement, if you will, between 110 feet and 150 to provide that 10% affordable housing. So I think it would be a wise idea to, again, continue conversations with stakeholders along the Andrews Avenue corridor and see what might be an incentive that the 10% affordable requirement could be associated with. But today, as drafted, this ordinance is not providing any incentive to the South Rack. Actually, it's just adding the additional burden if you seek to go from above 110 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney.
I can speak to that a little
Yeah,
bit.
please do.
As stated during the presentation, currently the developer can request additional height, and we're trying to be in lockstep with the Northwest height bonus. Now, initially, when these incentives, the height incentive was adopted in 2011, it was a way different climate than today. We were trying to incentivize additional development in the South Rack along South Andrews corridor. As you're quite aware, development has actually turned around quite significantly, and the situation has changed. We've actually seen significant interest in the South Andrews corridor as of late. And as you're aware, developers are moving out to the periphery from the city center. And kind of in lockstep with our other policies and to try to build out additional affordable housing, we have to sometimes change our policies. We had an incentive historically to encourage development. Now development is here, and we need additional affordable housing. Now, historically, developers could request additional height with no requirements. And now we're stating that in exchange for this additional height, 40 feet, and that's a significant amount of units, that all we're asking is that 10% of those units be set aside as affordable to get that height. This is not necessarily 2011 anymore, and we're having the development that we have always wanted. So we're seeking to change this policy to get the units that are required and needed.
And you're making the process a little bit easier because it was a planning and zoning board review, which adds a few months of review. And again, it would be the level 2 with the call up. So in that way, there's a little bit of an offset balance.
Is Courtney still on the line?
Courtney, you still on?
Yes, I am, Member Fertig.
But what I'm wondering if she's saying, and maybe you can clarify this, because, whereas you've seen some changes, I would say, from Tarpon River down to 7th Street, I don't really, and I drive this multiple times a day, see a lot of changes in the rest of that corridor from 7th Street down to State Road 84. So I'm wondering if Ms. Crush is saying that, that you're putting an actual additional burden on that one area that hasn't evolved the way some of the others have by having, is that what you're saying, Courtney?
I am. I think I'm saying two things. First of all, as Mr. Schnell indicated, the current Florida statutes state that if you're going to impose an affordable housing requirement, there needs to be a commensurate incentive. And I think given the fact that right now one can ask to go to 150 feet under the conditional use requirements set forth in our code and come to you, adding that additional 10% requirement as a prerequisite to even going down that path does not meet the test of an incentive. On top of that, having worked on the ordinance with the 28 property owners that straddled the corridor at the time and knowing their vision, I am saying, as you, I think, concluded, that Andrews Avenue has a vision, it has a master plan, and I think it's unfortunate, and I'm actually just wondering why, just because that requirement seems to exist in another peripheral rack zoning category, I don't know that we need to assume that therefore it's appropriate to impose upon this corridor. It has not been There are a lot of property owners who have accumulated land, but this is not an overly developed corridor. So I think those were my 2 points.
Chair, if I may, I'd like to clarify a little bit. These are still voluntary incentives, and to the point that Ms. Crush made about the process, a conditional use process requires a significantly, more time invested in front of this board, preparation to get on to those hearings agendas. And so with this particular revision, it's offering a reduced process in time, and again, it's voluntary. So we do not agree that that this would be placing additional burden. It's rather an incentive.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Right now, under the zoning code, one may submit an application and seek to go to 110 feet within that development envelope and streetscape standards, or seek to go to 150 if you meet the ULDR requirements for a conditional use, which, as this board is very familiar, include compatibility and the like.
But that's not
Shortening of time. I don't know that is something that is of interest to the South Regional Activity Center's property owners versus the requirements that they understand in the code as applicable to their property.
I need to interrupt this conversation for a minute. Someone needs to make a motion to extend this meeting because we're going to be out of time in 2 minutes.
I move that we extend the meeting to 9:20 or 10:20.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. No oppose.
Chair, could you second the motion?
Steve.
Jay made the motion and
Steve,
I did.
thank you.
Steve made the motion.
I seconded.
Seconded. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Courtney, did you want to say anything else?
No, I think I've concluded. I'm just wondering if there are other incentives that could be discussed with the South Regional Activity Center property owners that might be appropriate in their mind and qualify as an incentive in return for the set aside of the 10%.
I think currently under current regulations and what we're proposing, the incentive would be the additional height. I understand historically you could request for additional height, but when these policies were adopted, again, it was a different situation in a different time.
If I may, the current code does allow one to seek to go to 150 feet.
Oh, correct.
I don't know that I would characterize it as historical. It's the code in effect today and therefore the law.
I fully understand that. Now, again, if I may state, these would be optional. At the current time, we're not necessarily even seeing developers build to 110 feet in height. I do not think the adoption of this regulation would be prohibitive in nature. I think it would just be a net benefit to the city as a whole if we had developers utilize this regulation and we got the much needed affordable housing. We are going to be still providing developers an additional 4 stories as well as that expedited review. There's pros and cons to each policy. In this particular instance, we're trying to build out additional affordable housing, which is a public good for our city.
If I may ask a question?
Sure.
And because I'm confused, because you're still pushing on this, Courtney, but I'm hearing from them that the 10% is optional, that you don't have to do it today, and that if you did it in the future, that would be at your election. Okay.
Understood, sir. What I think is Mr. Schnell is saying that is today at the DRC level with a commission call-up, one can apply to go to 110 feet. I think what he means by optional is if you would like to go to 150 feet, which you are allowed to do today as a conditional use. I think he's talking about that 40 feet as optional, but today it exists in the code as an option. What is proposed under this ordinance is to add an additional requirement into the criteria against which that 40 feet is reviewed.
No, but
and let me also say, I fully applaud the city's goal and support it of encouraging affordable housing. I was Habitat for Humanity's voluntary land use council for 13 years. So I think everything in this ordinance is going to better our city.
But I think But he's saying that you can still get the extra 40 feet without doing the 10%. It's just still a conditional use.
No,
I don't believe, no, he's not saying that.
that is not the intent of what I.
No, he's saying if you want the additional 40 feet, you have to provide the 10%.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
We are.
Now, and that, yes.
So we are seeking to change the regulations because historically we've been providing a height incentive with no set aside requirements. There essentially were no requirements to get the additional height other than getting approval from the city commission. Now that we're stating is the facts have changed and we're in need of affordable housing within the city, and if we're in exchange for this additional height, we would like 10% of the units to be set aside as affordable to get an additional 40 feet in height.
And again, applaudable. However, it is not something that is an incentive. It's an additional imposition, which I think is inconsistent with state law.
Yeah, it sounds like you're downgrading the potential of the property.
For staff, the staff think that like you would have, if the process, let's say you could still have, you'd have to go through a conditional use to get the extra 40 feet if you don't do the 10%, but then if you do the 10%, you don't need to do a conditional use. Doesn't that seem a little bit more like fair without having to, take away the conditional use that they currently have?
I think that's a very interesting suggestion.
Yeah.
It is interesting, but that goes back to my original point. That's a slippery slope because the backstop is going to be like, well, you could just give us these units, affordable units, and we'll approve it.
So,
and it becomes a negotiation. I don't like this incentive now that Courtney explains it, and Courtney's much smarter than I am for sure.
Absolutely not.
so can I just say, okay, so I see the Northwest Rec and the South Andrews on here, but like, what are we doing to get affordable housing citywide rather than concentrating it in these two racks? And should we just do the same thing downtown if they go above 110 feet?
Downtown, it matters where you're talking about, but City Center does not have a height restriction.
I understand. I'm just saying that's the way it is today, but under this, we could change that and say, no?
It would be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
We'd actually be, if we set a height limitation and then created an incentive for additional height, it would be extremely difficult to do that.
I think, which I think is what you're doing under the South Rack, which is why I think it's extremely difficult.
The additional height under current regulations is not by right. You have to receive additional approval for the additional height. It's an incentive currently.
Correct, and as long as you meet those criteria, you are entitled to that height.
So what action are we taking? Are we moving this along when?
Well, we haven't even gotten that far.
Okay.
Can we close the public hearing? Is there anybody else who wants to speak?
We can ask her questions maybe if.
Can I propose that maybe some of these suggestions be just added to the record and allowing the city commission to weigh in on whether or not they believe that these modifications
Adam, maybe
are
let's
beneficial?
let the board discuss.
Oh, yes, of
Yeah,
course.
thank you.
Are we making a recommendation tonight? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Well, can I before we do anything, let me just speak because I am in the South Rack. I have an office there, and I'm very involved with the neighborhood association there. And there's also a rezoning effort going on in the South Rack right now with all the remaining zoned properties that aren't zoned for the rack. So we're going through this whole process right now. So I'm kind of familiar with everything and the developments that have occurred in that South Andrews rack rezoning. And, you don't need any more incentive than we already got for affordable housing. As a matter of fact, Fort Lauderdale Housing Authority is building a beautiful facility right along the railroad tracks. And it's, without any incentive, they came in there and they're building a big, beautiful building. And I don't know that anybody needs incentive. I think the incentive is It's almost a discouragement. It's almost having the opposite effect in my mind at this point. I think that as a possibility, you know, a suggestion, maybe we say, hey, it'd be nice if you had affordable housing in there and, you know, maybe it'll get approved. But for me, it's just, it feels like you're down zoning. Before Courtney explained it, I'm like, yeah, it seems pretty good, you know, if you don't have to go to city commission. But that backstop may not be a backstop at all. That may be, nah, we don't, you know, we still don't want it, right? So it's either we do it or we don't do it. And I personally don't like pushing things forward like this when I know I got a bunch of folks in the neighborhood association over there in Poinciana Park they all own property in the area and they would love to hear what's going on in their backyard. So I wouldn't want to push this forward. And I agree with what Courtney's saying is we're really down zoning with good intent. I like the intent. I was jumping all over this thing initially when I heard, oh, it's by right. You get the units by right and the bonus height by right. I mean, the bonus height by right, but it's not by right. And I feel it's a down zoning and I'm not comfortable pushing this forward without the neighborhood association hearing about it.
And John, I just want to say, and I'm just saying this to Shari, I don't think I'm technically, I think our office is right outside that rack, but we are in the neighborhood association that you're speaking of. So if this hasn't gone to not just that one, but all of these gone to neighborhood associations, I think, and that was my next question. What have you done on community engagement on this?
We have reached out to the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations and sent them an outline of these policies. As well as
nobody sent them to me, and I'm part of the board.
I think go to the every one of these neighborhood associations in the areas that you're talking about.
I do have correspondence with sending an outline of these policies historically
to the neighborhood association.
We've got.
Did you send it to Ray Detman at Poinciana Park Civic Association?
Not directly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're right there. That's my back door. So when you're talking about that, I buy coffee there every morning. I drive down that street every day. Unfortunately, I drink beer at Tap 42 too often, but that's my backyard, you know, at the office. So I think they need to know about it. And if it affects their property values in and around that area, you know, who knows what they want. I personally think it would have been a good idea, but I just don't like the way it's basically tying your hands. I'd rather leave it as is or come up with some other incentive.
So John, do you want to defer this to another meeting and see if we can get
Jackie, I'm having a really hard time hearing you. I don't know if your mic's on.
Can we move to defer and you'll second it, or do you want to make the motion and second it? I think her microphone.
I'd like to make a motion to defer until we've had reports included with the neighborhood associations in that area. And I would also like to hear an explanation defending how this is a real bonus incentive and not a down zoning.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to defer. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
You are seconding?
Are you deferring to the next meeting in December? Because with under Robert's rules, we usually need a date certain.
We haven't gotten that far, Shari.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to give enough time for the city to reach out to the neighborhood association and neighborhood associations to, you know, understand what this means. For you guys to look at the legal ramifications of this, because I couldn't agree with Courtney more. I think we need a few months, and the holidays are coming into play. So I'd prefer to defer it to January personally, but
Okay, our January meeting will be
I'll leave that up for discussion.
19th. So is that your motion?
Yeah, I'll amend the motion and say January 19th if staff thinks they can get that done.
Okay, Mary, are you seconding that?
I'll second it. And I just was going to say, if we're going to reach out to one neighborhood association, we have to reach out to all neighborhood associations that would be impacted.
in that area. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important.
So my only comment is why hold up the whole thing if it's all about the South Rack? Why don't we carve out the South Rack and give the city something to move on and deal with the South Rack independent, whether it's January, February, March, or whatever, however long the
I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
You're going into the holidays, so trying to get people to rally around meetings and all that, it's a little bit of an uphill battle.
Okay, so the motion was made and seconded. Mike's, are you offering that as a?
I'm offering that as some advice.
So,
Well, let me do this. Let me amend my motion
There you go.
to say that I only want to take up the issue of the South Rack. And we can make a separate motion for the balance of it if you want.
Okay, so why don't you make a motion to move it forward with in leaving the South Rack out?
Well, we already have a motion, and I amended my motion to address the South Rack concerns. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on that motion, just on the South Rack portion of the presentation.
you could just defer, you could just withdraw your motion and
Right.
remove, I think what Michael was suggesting.
Right.
And make
All right.
a substitute
Okay.
motion.
Let's keep.
I can do that. I withdraw my motion.
And do I need Mary's approval on that?
Sure,
Second?
you got it.
Okay, so the motion's been withdrawn. Michael, do you want to make a recommendation?
I recommend that we move the item forward, excluding the Southwest Rack from it's not an ordinance, whatever it is, from the item. Exclude the Southwest Rack from the item, and that can be dealt with as a separate item on its own.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is it the Southwest Rack or the South Rack?
South Rack.
It's just South Rack, yeah. I was going to point that out.
It's been
Yeah.
seconded by Bill.
So,
Okay, is there discussion on the
So,
motion?
I just want to say one thing. On all of these, I don't think sending it to the council is enough. I think every separate neighborhood association in every area that we're talking about should be told if it's going to impact their area. And I also think that brings awareness to the need for affordable housing in our city. I think it's a really important educational step to take.
so Assistant City Attorney Dwayne Spence, just for clarification on the motion.
Can you
it's
talk louder?
Assistant City Attorney Dwayne Spence, just a clarification on the motion. The board is recommending approval of the proposed ordinance with the exclusion of all provisions referencing the South Regional Activity Center.
Correct.
Correct. Okay,
Taking that up specifically another time, or are we just carving that out?
I think we're carving it out.
I believe you guys were going to do a
understand.
separate motion on that.
Okay, we'll vote on one motion at a time then. Okay, so, you want to go ahead and call the roll on this?
John Barenka,
Yes?
Bill Rotella,
Yes.
Steve Gannon,
Yes.
Michael Weymouth,
Yes.
John Shatman,
Yes.
Sherry McCartney,
Yes?
Mary Fertig,
Yes.
Jackie Scott.
Yes. Okay, is there another motion? Is there any- We're not doing anything with this? Okay.
Well, they can come back after they've been in the neighborhood
Okay,
associations.
sounds good. We have 5 minutes, so. Correct,
Yeah.
correct. Okay. Yeah, so everybody a copy of the next year's schedule?
So can we just move to approve it?
Move to defer it?
Approve it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
no, we
that's
can
what I-
defer it too.
Let's defer that too.
Yes. Okay, motion made to approve it. Second?
Who was Mary?
Mary Fertig approves the calendar for 2022. Is there a second to these dates as well?
Second.
Seconded? Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, good. We've got that. Okay, if we're going to continue to talk, we have to extend the meeting.
I got one thing I want to say. We have 3 minutes.
Okay.
I am very troubled by the assumption I have seen at the last several meetings that we are just going to pass on what is brought before us. And I really am going to be looking for clarification on what our responsibilities are. I think if there's a time element, that we should be made aware of that. But I don't think there should be an assumption that whatever's brought before us, we're just going to pass along for the good of the city. Because I don't think that is for the good of the city. Okay, it didn't take 3 minutes. And if anybody agrees, just, you can let the record know.
I think the whole tree ordinance thing has been difficult, and I think there's a lot of frustration by neighborhoods, by staff, by the amount of work that went into it.
And that's not the only matter.
Pardon me?
That's not the only one that has been brought before
I
us.
understand. We're not, there's no gun to our head as the planning board. I mean, we should go through everything and decide if we think it's correct. That's our job.
No, but when you're told that you're just being asked to move something along, and this isn't the first time this has happened, I just think it's a bad practice to get into. I would rather have the assumption that we're going to add something meaningful to whatever's brought before us.
Okay. Very good. Any other comments on that?
Move to adjourn.
For the record, I totally agree with Mary.
Okay. For the record, Jay just made a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.